Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, how dare you? Then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto, and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Felis Mengus, Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Playing Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, BG, FE Patriot, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Mia in the Shire, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Jason Hornsby, JMels24, Unamento, Iron26, Endless, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Hairy Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Chow Young Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. With that, I'd typically hand across to the Discord and G Plus panels, but unfortunately in this instance I do have some absolutely devastating news, which is to say I received a box today of 8 JTS microphones, and almost all of them don't work, which is absolutely heartbreaking. So what we'll do on the beginning of this particular video is actually test a couple of other microphones that I've just received, because I do need to keep the lights on by selling microphones for a few more months, unfortunately. So I'm just going to test those. So I'll pause this recording and then come back with a couple of them wired up just to make sure they work, and then I'll hand across to whoever is in Discord and G+, so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I actually set up for today's live show. I'm going to show this on camera straight away. This one's not plugged it in yet, but it's an Austrian original Mark II AKG C1000S. It's very, very nice. It's in pristine condition, but it's an Austrian one, so it's one of the nicer ones. Now, the Mark I version I've sold 2 of already, so I bought a couple, obviously sold a couple, and I'm now trying out the Mark II version. I don't think they officially call them Mark II, they're just called C1000S. But this one certainly seems to be, as it looked in the pictures and described by the seller, as being in mint condition, but obviously not used enough because the foam's deteriorating inside. Oh, that's not a good start. Okay, well, we'll test it and see if it actually works, and then we'll get to the foam that's deteriorated after the fact. Right, so let's do that next. Check, 1, 2. Yeah, this works fine. So this, let's get the lights on. This microphone is the AKG C1000S Mark II, and it is a 1990s 9V, that's square battery, or 48V phantom powered small diaphragm condenser with an XLR socket in the bottom and a switch on the front. Now this particular microphone is pretty rare as it's an Austrian Mark II, so these were made in China, Austria and Poland, but obviously the most desirable microphones of the bunch are the Austrian ones. This one's definitely showing a little bit of signs of aging as the internal foam is starting to deteriorate, but it sounds great and is currently fitted with the hypercardioid widget. So once again, the AKG C1000S small diaphragm condenser microphone from the 1990s, and this is how it sounds. Back on my Neumann. So this is in pristine condition. I've sold a whole bunch of these ECM 99s, but they've never come with every bit of the original packaging. And I tend to buy microphones that I just like, and I really like this particular microphone. I just think it looks weird. It does look weird. But this is a Sony ECM 99 1-point stereo microphone. And I believe it's from the 70s. I'll wire this up and we'll see how this one works. I'll just test it one channel at a time rather than testing it in stereo. I've already done videos with other 99s in stereo, singing into them and showing their performance, but as long as it works, we'll go from there. I'm doing this recording in the middle of doing my Uncut and After show, so I won't be able to check this till later if it actually works, but this is the left channel of the Sony ECM 99 in absolutely pristine condition. It even comes with the original battery that it was supplied with, unused. So this is the left-hand channel. Let's just try the right. Check. Yep, right-hand channel seems to work fine as well. So this is a working microphone. Should really do a proper description of it. This is the Sony ECM99 1970s stereo microphone, and this is how it sounds. Bought it for you. Do you want to show on camera what it is? You don't have to if you don't want to.
I do.
You do? Go on then. Come into camera.
This.
What is it?
A Minecraft watch.
What do you say?
Thank you.
Get lost.
That accent on a child, that is so precious, man.
The accent
Freaks me out every time. Yeah, it just because I'm so used to my kids that are growing up, they don't have an accent. So when I hear like an English accent on a child, it's like, whoa.
Slightly
You
concerning.
mean your kids didn't sound like you, Neil?
Well, that watch was supposed to turn up with a microphone, so that's slightly annoying because I haggled the price down on the basis that he'd send that watch with my Sony another microphone that I'd already bought and sold. It just didn't work, and I've already made my announcement of my terrible news in the pre-show of my JTS microphones that turned up. 8 microphones in a box, right? A drum set of microphones. And what I tend to do, because I do really well with them, is buy a drum mic set because you can get them quite cheap, and then just split them up, right? Sell them all individually. And then I can make a reasonable profit out of those drum mics. So in this instance, it's the most densely packed, as in they're normally 5 or 7. This one was 8 mics, 1 box. Got them one after the next, all broken.
What?
Yeah, heartbreaking. 1 out of 8 worked. And even then I'm like, if all of the others are broken, there's a good chance this one will be on the way out because it'll have rust on the coil. Now, it did work, the bass drum microphone, but the rest of them were either completely dead, or if they were a condenser microphone, they're just passing static and a very weak signal, which means they've been in the presence of moisture, which is heartbreaking. Because I wanted to sell them, not because I wanted them. But before you got here, I did have a Sony stereo mic that I've sold a bucket ton of, and almost, I think every one I've bought and sold so far has worked. So, like, that's always a good mic to buy, because you know that, generally speaking, Sony mics are pretty reliable. And what else did I get today? I got an Austrian C1000 AKG, quite rare. Most of them are made in China or Poland. And I got an extra boom arm, like a 3-pivot, whatever you'd call an arm, boom arm, to put a mic on, for me. I don't have a use for it at this time, but I know I will eventually have a use for a boom arm. So I've bought a boom arm, tested my AKG, tested my Sony, and there's another Sony that's supposed to have come with that watch but didn't. So I don't know where that is. And then, like I say, all my JTS mics, all broken except the bass drum mic. And I requested a refund, and she's like, "Would you like a 50 quid refund?" Like, no, 50 quid. I think they're 135 quid for this box of 8 mics. I'm like, no, I don't want a 50 quid refund. They're all broken. Except one, and that will probably break too. So yeah, bit of a disappointing day. Oh well.
Been a disappointing past couple of weeks, I'd say.
Well, I'll get to that in the after show, so I'll discuss that later. It's not that big a deal, Neil. Just keep it under your hat till I actually make an announcement in that regard. It's no big deal. Now I've taken stock, it's no big deal.
Yeah, now I understand, but the whole time I was trying to get the material back to save some time.
What did I just say?
Yeah, but that's encoded.
No, it bloody isn't. Anyway, I'm going to open the boom arm and see if that's any good. That'll cheer me up. It's a nice one.
That's you and me. Oh, you're connected to Discord. I didn't know that.
Bloody hell, Neil. Anyway,
Neil.
I need to unbox this boom arm, so I'm going to go on mute because otherwise I'm going to make a shed ton of noise.
So if Discord's connected, so I guess there is a problem with the freaking pitch data. From what I gather last night, they're still claiming that, from what I understand, that we don't understand what the pitch data is all about and that we need to look into it a little more, which is strange.
It's weird you say that, Neil, because I got like a 2-paragraph message from Elder Bear about the pitch data being trash when I woke up this morning. Like, for one, why is he messaging me about pitch data? I've never talked to the man before, for real. I,
Because I don't answer them.
Okay, I mean, if they want to say that the data used studying life and death crash information's trash, then, I mean, obviously it doesn't prove a ball. That's probably why.
let me see. I'll read what he said. Because it's a long one. I just saw it. I'm like, what the hell?
Well,
Huh.
before you
Now the
do,
pitch data is exposed. It has, sorry.
go ahead.
Okay, so this is elderberry. Elderberry. Elder bear. Jesus Christ. My mind hasn't woken up yet. Huh, now the pitch data is exposed. It has no usable uh decisive data for flat or globe. I told Jin uh Sporiak, whatever the hell that is,
Ken,
Amish, Yoder, and AI, it's BS, and they argued for the data just a couple of weeks ago. They have leaked. Ah. They have a leaked copy of Nathan's book and have to get ahead of it. So it's either not published or immediately ridiculed. Funny how only QE has the one copy of it. Oh, geez. He's just talking a bunch of shit.
What's he got to say about pitch data?
I, I don't know. Now he's just talking about people having copies of your book or something.
There is no book.
I don't worry about
There's a
that.
working draft that's... That's it. There's a working draft. So there is no book. It's not published yet.
What they're
Right. That's
saying
why.
about the pitch data, hold on. What they're saying about the pitch data is that we have to look into it a little closely. And what they're trying to say, what happened with Jin is AI is holding flat earthers that don't know how to argue it properly to task. But my answer is, what is there to argue? It's pitch data. That's all. There's no argument here.
Yeah, but
What the hell are you talking about?
Have you heard AI's argument against it? It's retarded.
Oh,
It's
let's hear
literally
it.
the same thing. One time,
Let's hear it. What I have had is a commenter tell me that in Dave McKeegan's video, he's suggesting that the NTSB account for gyroscopic drift automatically from a document that he's got. Now, I already responded to that on Monday, didn't I? It's like, it's raw data. That's what it is. You can say that the gyros don't do what gyros do all you like, but in terms of what the data is, it's measurement data. It's raw measurement data. So suggesting that, no, gyro's not doing what it... Well, okay, when we covered it with Jin, we explained in terms of ascent and descent what the gyro's indicating. Therefore, anything that deviates beyond the pitch up with respect to horizontal in straight and level flight would be shown in the same way as it shows it ascending, the plane that is, and descending. You can see it based on the motion that's described with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. Now, in order to describe angular degrees of the plane, you need a horizontal plane of reference to describe them within. And it's described within that frame of reference for the entirety of the journey. Now, that's on the raw data. So, like I said in my response to Dave McKeegan, not that I watched his video, you can say all you like that you've got a document from the NTSB's filing cabinet that says that gyros aren't doing what gyros do, but gyros do remain rigid in space, so you can reference horizontal with them. That's their useful principle. That's what they're used for. They're reaching. People like Elder Bears claiming to be a flat earther, shill. Same with AI overload half the time. Just like, you want to behave like a shill and then give crappy excuses for raw data. Now, I don't know, I haven't spoken to Brian about this yet, but he's heard all of these arguments prior. I've heard them all before. Nothing's new. There's nothing new under the sun. So,
right. See, my thing is with the pitch data is I would never use it in an argument simply because I haven't studied it. I don't know the language well to use. Like,
Not in a study.
it's one of the things I've heard. Well, no, I know, but I've heard Brian and everyone else and you guys use it. I'm just not comfortable enough to use it in the heat of the moment argument. Like,
That's fair enough.
throw it down
Yeah,
on
you've
the
got to be
table.
familiar with this stuff to
So
know
I
what
just
you're
don't-
talking about, and you don't want to be caught with your tail between your legs because you don't know what you're talking about. And that's how you should
It's-
be.
Yeah,
That's the attitude you should take.
Yeah, that's why
that's a sensible attitude.
that's why I don't use it. Hey, it's a good argument, but AI's argument against it is essentially Glober's claim that the plane's flying horizontal already, so it's a moot point. That's pretty much what he's saying.
Glober's
Like,
claimed the plane's horizontal. Welcome to flat Earth.
exactly.
What the heck?
Well, the globe's so big, of course the plane's not curving over. The plane's not flying over the curve.
So the
even though it
plane.
is.
Stop. So the plane's not curving around a ball. Yeah, we know. Earth's flat. It's measured that way. We checked. Welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah, AI is a strange cat. It's like one time, and this was before him and Brian got into that big argument last year around the holidays on where Brian kept calling him the dumb F repeatedly. Like it was like before that. He was just kind of hanging out in the chill chat here, and I popped in, and a couple other people popped in. We were talking about like how you can't have water bending on a globe. And then AI went through this whole thing. Well, wait a second. It's retarded to say you can't have water on a globe. He draws a picture, puts a bucket on top of a globe, like makes a circle, then puts like two walls sticking straight up, and then filled it with water. Goes, look, now I have water on a globe. And like he thought that was like a point. That's kind of like he's doing the same thing about with pitch data. It's just
It's just
retarded.
pathetic. Okay. I mean,
Ooh.
I've got different reasons to not like AI Overlord. I mean, because he's a racist. He came in when he was being disrespected by somebody and said, don't treat me like a nigger. And then when somebody came into AI's moderated chat in 24/7 politics server, somebody came in playing a clip of somebody saying nigger, nigger, nigger over and over again on a recording. So to diffuse that, I used the word in reference to them playing a clip with that word. And then I got banned for racism. Now, I then later found out that AI Overlord had specifically voted to ban me for racism. Now, given my quote, which I won't repeat, that he said specifically, you think, well, I would never use those terms ever because I'm not a racist. But I got banned by him for racism? You're like, pot, kettle, hello?
Well, that's what pissed me off last night, and that's why I left, because Crit was claiming that the release of the book could be detrimental because here is a well-known flat earther using the N-word. I said, what? Are you freaking kidding
That
me?
was
First of all, that was to
he-
diffuse the situation.
he literally equated Nathan to Paula Dean. The
Who?
the Southern. She's like you might not know who she is, but in the United she's like a
A racist.
who's that woman? Well, essentially, but I want to say Betty Crocker, but that's not her name. The Martha Stewart. She's like a Martha Stewart, but
Okay.
she's more like she was real popular in like the mid 2000s, and she's like she's about 70 years old now. She's an old Southern woman from like the deep South, and she has like cooking shows and
Paula
cookbooks.
Dean.
And apparently in the 80s, there's like a video clip of her saying the N word. So it like completely destroyed her career, like decades and decades
I'm
and
not
decades
scared
later.
of
And
using
now,
the word nigger. That doesn't frighten me in the slightest. I'm not a racist, and that's all that
Right.
matters. So saying a word does not make one a racist. But you can paint somebody
No.
as a racist for saying a word very easily. Now, you can do that, but that does not make me racist. Now, saying what AI said, and I won't repeat his sentiment, but I did say it once, so it's contextually documented here. If he wants, I can trim it out and play it back to him at nausea so we can call him a racist, which he is. Because contextually, when you use the word he used it in, you are a racist. That's what AI Overlord is. He is a racist. I am not a racist. I don't care what colour your skin is. I'll tell you Earth's measured flat regardless of your colour of your skin. Or the tone and timbre that people take when they use that word. I don't. And I don't care if people call me a racist for saying a word. Using a word does not make one a racist. That's nonsense.
Yeah, well, that's what I said to.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
what I said to. Hold on, that's what I said to Crit. I said, "What the hell are you talking about?" And then I left because if they're gonna hold you to that word when you were trying to diffuse it and explain how you're using it as to you being detrimental, the book's release will be detrimental because ballers are going to pick up on it and they're going to say that, look, this guy uses the N word. He's a racist. What are you kidding me?
Yeah, whatever. I don't care. As I say, in terms of the book, there is no book. So to say releasing it, it's on its 5th. It will be going through its 6th draft shortly. That process has already begun. The 6th draft has begun. Now, that's going to take extra time, but I don't care. It's going to be a really good book, and people trying to get ahead of it by calling me a racist is very telling.
Yeah.
It means they're scared and want to paint me as a racist so that they don't have to deal with the Earth being measured flat in my book. Oh, isn't that sweet? Yeah, I'm not. Earth is still measured flat, though.
Yeah, and that's what they said. Zen Garcia, there's so many books. If you look, there's thousands of flat Earth books. I said, yeah, but none of them have what's going to be in this book. Okay? This is going to be the book. So I don't care what the other ones have. Probably stupid freaking proofs, which aren't proofs at all. It's either debunking a globe or showing you how not globular the Earth is. But this has proof of flat Earth.
Yeah, exactly.
And the way it's
So
structured, it's over.
There's lots of other flat Earth books. So other people release books about flat Earth, but it won't be Nathan Oakley's book, will it? And that's what people want. I get endless streams of people crying out for me to release it. And why isn't it released? Well, because it's going to be refined again for the 6th time. Now, each and every time it does this, goes through another grind of the mill, it is slightly disheartening. You go, oh, I've got to put it through the mill again. Yeah, but each time it does go through the mill, it gets more refined. Now, you can hear it in my tone, right? Yeah, I could be earning the money off the book after the first draft, or the second, or the third, or the fourth, or as it currently stands, the 5th draft. Now, it's not been released, and it won't be until I'm absolutely 100% happy with it. Then it'll be released. Now, by then, maybe the hype train will have died down and everyone will have forgot about it. So be it. That's easily resolved, though, isn't it? Build the hype back up again. But in the meantime, yeah, there's another delay in terms of my book, which is disappointing, but that's life.
This shows you how important this book really is. Boy, it's getting attacked from every angle. And you're going to need a flat Earth for that angle. But the book will come out. I have total faith.
Just to be clear, why is it going through a 6th draft? I mean, I'm going to go through this in the after show. I've got a message that I had, a back and forth, I should say, between 10th Man and I, specifically about the book. And after the fact, because I'm in the message replying in reference to lots of other people who've been helpful in this regard, I actually sent each of them, including you, Neil, a copy of what I'm going to read out later. And it's just like I say, it's just a back and forth between me and 10th about the book. But yeah, when it was going through the current draft, the 5th draft, I'm going to say, pretty sure it is the 5th, my rhetoric was not as it is now. So as much as it's good, it isn't exactly as I want it to be. It's not up to date with the flat Earth debate. Now, I remember my publisher saying, well, you know, you can always make minor alterations. You're like, no, this isn't necessarily a minor alteration when describing it very differently. Now, I don't know if you remember when we went from it being called housekeeping to all roads lead to a flat Earth. Well, that is mainly what has changed in terms of the rhetoric, and that hasn't been incorporated in chapter and verse of the book. It was halfway through doing the editing process that changed. Now, Rock and a Hard Place has been incorporated in certain chapters, but not in the entirety of the book, and that is really how I want it to be. So it is going to have to go through the mill a 6th time. Now, do I want the money from it now? Yeah, I really need it. But does that mean I should release it now? No, it really doesn't. I could bend a knee and just release it now. I just don't want to. It will go through the mill for the 6th time. Now, there's going to be people out there that are really disappointed. They're like, I wanted it for Christmas. Like, do you want it for Christmas, or do you want it to be the best book? Now, would it have been great if it had came out last year? Yeah, it would have been great. But now I'd be saying, well, I might have to write another book because it's actually out of date. Something I never thought I'd say, right? In fact, I said it'll be in date for 100 years, 200 years. Well, yeah, it will, and so would the predecessor to the second book if I had have released it and was now releasing another one with a slightly different spin on each and every single claim. Now, if you've listened to yesterday and the day before and Monday's show, I'm alluding to that when I go through the housekeeping questions. In other words, when I do the comments are probably better. When I go through the comments in the morning, I haven't done it today actually, first time in many years, but I've had a lot on my plate. I just look now for where they use a flat earth in their question and go, you're going to need a flat earth for this aspect in your question. Doesn't matter. Neil just did it a second ago. You did it in a pun way. That angle's going to need a flat earth. Well, you're not wrong, but that's what I'm looking for. I'm waiting for them to use a flat earth prerequisite. If they name a distance, ever, it's a horizontal linear distance. Welcome to flat earth. You'll need a flat earth for you to make this argument with that distance because it's straight, flat, horizontal and linear. So you're not going to be describing anything other than a flat earth with that distance that you're asking me about. If they use north, south, east or west, they're going to need a flat earth for it, and I'm going to point that out. So you're on your knees accepting that earth is flat with your question then. Because at that point, I don't have to answer anything they put to me. Not that I need to anyway. I'm not going to kowtow to commenters when they demand that I answer some question about why the sun is up in Antarctica for 24 hours when measured off a flat earth. It's like, just because Dave McKeegan measured Earth flat for 24 hours, but for the fact that Dave's a complete idiot and couldn't cope with his own tripod, he would have measured Earth flat for 24 hours. He didn't. He couldn't cope with an equatorial mount. Nevertheless, he still measured Earth flat in a limited capacity, didn't he? So once you accept and understand that Earth's being measured flat, there's no need for me, a flat earther who's only here to prove Earth is flat, exactly as it's measured by everyone always and without exception. Once that's done, I don't need any further work to be done by me. I don't have to explain why the sun's up for 24 hours. Them measuring it flat for 24 hours doesn't explain why it's up for 24 hours. They're measuring it flat. Saying, well, we're on a globe. No, you're measuring Earth flat. That's what you're doing. And you're saying that you don't have an explanation if you accept your own measurements. No, you don't, because you don't have a globe if you're measuring it flat. You're measuring it flat. But if you use the flat measurements to suggest sphericity and then use that as an explanation in a heliocentric model, no, it doesn't. Yeah, that's crap. You need to measure Earth flat to make the globe, to insert it after you measure Earth flat for 24 hours. Except for Dave McKeegan, who's too stupid to use his own equipment. So yeah, there's a change in rhetoric, isn't there? Yes, Nathan. We've all watched it slightly change. Yes, well, there you go.
Yes. We agree. But here's the problem. Not that there's a problem. A lot of people don't like that you go right for the kill and end it with you're going to need a flat earth for that. They feel you should expound on it a little more.
I see.
And break it down a little more.
So what you're saying is people would prefer that when an opponent comes to me and says, if I've got this distance, and then they name a flat earth prerequisite horizontal linear distance, and then they give a direction, say north, and then ask me why a circle of equal elevation does a certain thing on a certain map, on a certain day, with a certain measurement off a flat earth. I shouldn't say, so you've got 3 flat earth prerequisites that you need to accept and understand for me to answer this question. I should entertain and ignore the 3 flat earth prerequisites they need and then start answering their question so it drags out a bit. Nah, I'm good. Yeah. What I will do is absolutely destroy all claims of a ball by pointing out how anybody claiming a ball, that is, require Earth to be measured flat in order to move forward with your stupid ball belief. In terms of me answering your stupid questions that you've got because you've got a model that bastardized the original flat Earth measurements you still need and still tell me about when you ask me stupid questions, doesn't change that I'm going to just pummel you every single time. Like Neo in The Matrix, when he sees the bullets coming towards them, he just moves out of the way. That's what I'll be doing. What's that? You've got a question about how north and a flat linear direction doesn't... I don't care. Bye-bye, your stupid question. Earth's measured flat. Now, you have a choice. You either sink to your knees in acknowledgement of the flat Earth you will require for your question to make sense, in which case my job is over, isn't it? Earth is measured flat. Yeah, that's never going to change. It always was, always will be. That's it. There's nothing else to discuss here. Now, people may not like it because they prefer the argument that they're used to dealing with remains the current argument. Because they're used to describing how we see too far, and then the too far bit, the horizontal linear distance measurement off a flat Earth, gets ignored. So we can argue how when you're measuring Earth off surface level for a height perpendicular to it at 1.22 times the square root of said elevation off surface level, that's a flat Earth prerequisite, we should have a distance to a geometric horizon. You're going to need a flat Earth for your height off surface level. You're going to need a flat Earth for your distance. That's it. My job's done. Earth's flat. That's exactly how you've measured it.
Yeah, it's the same thing with pitch data. Once it's demonstrated that you're flying over a flat plane, then who cares?
Yeah, I mean, you could be AI overlord and say, well, yeah, the globers just say we're flying horizontally and we don't measure any curve. Yeah, that's because it's measured flat. That's not an overcome to the argument to say, well, of course we measure it flat. Yeah, we know it's horizontal. Now saying, well, that's because it's a really big ball that we're not measuring any curvature of. Let's just rephrase that. You're not measuring any curvature because you're measuring it horizontal. AKA Earth is being measured flat in pitch data. There's no getting away from it. You need a flat Earth more than we do. And all you can do after we point out how Earth is measured flat is apologise for how globe-shaped it isn't. But you want me to get into the wrangle-dangle of why it isn't being measured globe-shaped. Like, I should argue with that it's so big we measure it flat, but that's okay, it's still a ball bit. No, absolutely not. But you need to get ahead of it and call me a racist. No, I'm not. Earth's just measured flat.
Yeah, like Brian said yesterday, just the word pitch. You can't have that on a sphere. It's got to be flat. Pitch over what?
Flat plane, horizontal with respect to it. Pitch up slightly, 2 degrees with respect to horizontal.
Well, that's a problem for the current belief system that everybody's in, isn't it?
Sorry, the person that's got back in touch about my devastating news with these microphones has said, sending them back, I'll give you a refund once they come back. And it's like, yeah, you just need to authorise the return request that I've put through. I just need to type that out to her. Sorry, so I'm not paying attention just for 10 seconds.
Yeah, I kind of didn't understand what it, because even Flat Earth FE Jedi was saying, well, have you heard AI's argument about the pitch data that we went over with Jin? And I was like, no, but you could send it to me. I mean, there is no argument. All it is measurements. It's pitch data. It's the measurements of what the plane is doing while in flight. What's the argument?
Right, I finished sending that message. Sorry, what was your question, Neil?
I was saying that FE Jedi was saying to me last night, well, have you heard about what AI Overlord's argument is about the pitch data? I said, what's there to argue? I mean,
No, it wasn't.
pitch
I
data.
heard it a
It's what
second
the
ago.
plane is doing.
Sorry, is that what we heard a second ago? Because that wasn't an argument. That was a concession about how Earth is measured flat and an admittance that there's no curve measured. That's what I heard. That's not an argument. That's a concession.
Yeah, I don't know if that was the full thing, but what I responded was, what's there to
hold on.
argue about?
Just hold on,
It's what
hold
the
on.
plane is doing.
Vaxi, was there more to it? You there, Vaxi?
I'm driving, so I'm probably roboting.
No, you're not. But was there any more than what you gave me, which is Earth so biggy, we measure it flatty? No, of course there wouldn't be any curve measured. That's what we got from you in terms of AI Overlord's claim to be rebuttal. That I'm now calling accurately a concession, because it is.
Yeah, I feel like that was essentially it. I mean, this was a long time ago too. Like when it first came out, he had an
That's
issue
fine.
with it.
Essentially,
Yeah,
it
'cause
is
he
good
was
enough for me
he
from
was
you.
saying,
It's okay, that's fine. Essentially, it is all I need to hear. That's essentially it, Neil. But you carry on. Sorry, I just wanted to get that squared away before anything else happens.
he was talking about like the downward,
Hold on, Vaxi.
like going towards the center. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Neil.
No. Go ahead, Vex. What were you saying? He was claiming a downward what?
Well, how could be
How you are definitely roboting.
like with gravity going down to the center of the Earth, so the planes. Yeah, sorry.
So you're saying perpendicularity with respect to gravity at the centre of Earth. That's not what perpendicular is, though, is it? So again, he's explaining why there's no curve measured, because it wouldn't be measured if you're perpendicular to a ball. You can't be perpendicular to a ball, you can only be perpendicular to a plane of reference. But if we are moving around a ball, that's a drop with respect to horizontal, then it needs to be shown and measured in the pitch data and isn't. So saying, well, I'll explain why it's not there, gravity, that's not going to explain why it's not measured. If you're moving around a curved surface, that's what's measured. You've got a plane of reference, the gyroscope provides it. Horizontal, pitch up, above sea level, with an altitude measured with an altimeter, at flight level. So they're just explaining why they say it's not measuring any curve. And their excuse is gravity. That's not a force. It's a bent pseudo-Riemannian fourth-dimensional space-time invented by a man named Einstein in current rhetoric. But that isn't going to give you perpendicularity. And it isn't what's in the measurements.
So wait, he's falling for the Glober's nonsense about gravity in pitch data? Why the plane flies? Are you kidding me? So they're taking the Glober stance on this as a flat earther? I don't know. Something's weird's going on.
Just people don't know how to get around when someone says, oh, it's because of gravity. And you go, oh, really, is it? If you don't know how to overcome that argument, you don't know how to overcome that argument.
Yeah, but AI knows about freaking the out-of-date gravity. Come on. Been in the arena how long? He knows about freaking bent space-time. Weird behavior.
Yeah, that's a hack.
One more time.
I just said AI is the hack. Probably robot and crazy.
One more time.
How are you? You okay?
Yeah, I'm all right. Devastating news with those drum microphones not working. Heartbreaking. I'd already listed them for sale.
Any plans for today?
I've got more microphones on the way. Got to make videos with those. Obviously, we're doing the show now. Other than that, well, that's
Well,
my
I
life.
meant in terms of the show. Is there anything particular you're going to cover?
I'll cover something specifically in the after show, yeah.
Oh, I know about that. I meant in the show in general. You got a video to review?
No, why have you?
None that are really good. There's some cringy ones.
I mean, it's been I've been told, it's been a couple of days in terms of the material that we've been putting out, and all we've done is just sat around chatting. So I'm happy to just do that.
Fair enough.
Like now, like covering pitch data and their responses to it.
Well, I've requested that AI would send me his beef. What's your beef? What's your problem with how it's being argued? Send it to me right now, and then we'll review that. How about that?
I mean, we already have, by the sounds of things, but if there's more detail and more meat on his bones, then we will cover them.
Well, like I mean, AI from years ago used to come in and challenge flat earthers on, you know, like in other words, where they not to just say things and make sure you could back them up and everything. That was cool, right? Yeah, you don't want people just repeating everything we say and not being able to back it up. Fine, but something changed along the way. We stopped doing that, and it was evident to me when he was crying about the pitch data and about Brian. He called it Brian's pitch data. Like Brian came up with pitch data. I've been talking about flights for years. But on the other hand, he's acting like it's not a good proof for flat Earth. So I like don't know where he's coming from.
But also, what's the obsession with AI? I mean, if I go to my local high street and hear something crazy from a local, is it on me to prove him wrong? You know, really, who cares?
Well,
Yeah,
he's part of a Discord server, and a lot of people pay attention to what he says. So when Jin goes in there all happy and excited about freaking pitch data and what a wonderful freaking absolute devastating proof it is, and he gets shot down, I mean, you know, you got to wonder about things like that.
Okay, that's valid.
What I've come to realize, I mean, it's all about pride. It's all about freaking people wanting to be heard and people wanting to be recognized. It's freaking pathetic. If somebody's got a good argument, I mean, geez, if AI Overlord came out with something freaking great, we'd back it 100%. So I don't get it.
Indeedy weedy.
Just say what's on my mind, Nathan. I might be wrong here, but I happen to think that if Adam had asked what he wanted for in the way that he does best, after a couple of glasses of wine, when you know he's sharp and his sense of humour is on point, I reckon he could have got what he wanted out of you anyway. You know what I mean? Just through the right means and using a bit of banter. You see the point I'm making? The way he's gone about it, it's absolutely no chance now. But I think he could have actually, if he'd used tact and his skills and his personality, he could have actually got what he wanted.
Maybe.
Not a chance.
We'll never know.
Not a chance.
Now we'll never know, will we?
True.
Yeah, Brian had a similar sentiment, and he wanted me to say, look, had they gone about this in a different way, would they have got what they wanted? And I couldn't give an answer. I'm like, I don't know. It didn't go down that way. So anyway, like I say, I will make an announcement about that in the after show. So for now,
All right, so I was it was just while it was on my mind.
I'm expecting a big audience today.
are you? Why is that?
But everybody was going to flood in here today. So I guess when you start the show, we'll see.
Well, that's not good news. I haven't got much planned. So if it's quite a dead show and there's lots of dead air, that's no good. Hopefully there won't be a dead show.
Everybody, what, including Mick West? We haven't seen him in years.
They might turn up too. Listen, there's going to be a lot of people coming in here.
Mick West might turn up.
I'm just saying, there's going to be people dancing in the streets from the other side. This is freaking big. So when you what do you call it? Address it. There's going to be a lot of people waiting.
All right. Well, you'll have to become a member then, because it's going to get addressed in the after show.
Well, they may force your hand. If people come in and say, "Hey, what the heck is going on?" You're going to have to answer it then.
Will I? Oh, as you probably figured out in the last couple of weeks, Neil, no. I tend not to bend my knee to people who make those sorts of demands, do I? That's definitely not my general demeanour and attitude, is it, Neil? Quite the contrary, in fact. When people demand that I bend a knee, I normally ask them how they taste and various different other similar sentiments.
Listen, you can't be upset with people that have been waiting for something for so long and they're still waiting, and now other shit happens, and that they want inquiring minds want to know what's going on.
Hey, that's no worries. I
Nosy
can tell them.
people.
That's not a problem. I covered it a little bit earlier. The book's going to go through a sixth refinement. Weren't you here when I just went through this, like half an hour ago?
Yeah. I'm saying other people are not here. They're going to be here, and they're going to want answers from you.
I mean, I'm glad that they're keen. And people are keen. And that's good. But do they want something that's rushed? Do they want something that's out of date? Or do they want something that's bang up to date and will last a lifetime? Which do they want? I mean, as far as I am concerned, I will put it out when I am happy with it, Neil, and there's no other way I can put that. That's it.
You can ask them when they get here.
Well, they can ask me, but they won't necessarily get an answer. Like I say, I've got a back and forth between 10th Man and myself that I'll go through in the after show.
Doesn't matter anyway. I shame their dumbasses anyway. Sick of hiding it. They pulled their deed and that's it. I shamed both of them and I got threatened on top of it. So good luck with that.
How have you been threatened, Neil?
I was told to get in a boat and come to Missouri and straighten me out.
How very, very amusing.
To be fair, I do like it when the villain has a good sense of humour.
Well, see, it was very easy because when you're getting stonewalled and stonewalled and stonewalled, I learned a few things. I learned one thing: Nathan is always recording. That I know. And I also did remember somebody saying, "I'm always listening." So I said, okay, you don't want to answer me. Someone's always listening. So let him listen to this. And I shamed this dumbass and let everybody know what's going on and why there's a delay. And sure enough, within freaking an hour, I was getting messages.
Spent some time on it last night. So it's
My
not
wife's
enough.
just come in and said, "Are they talking about my book?" Well, you're right, Neil. It's absolute chaos here today. Good job you warned me.
Well,
Everyone's here.
your show don't start till 8 o'clock, so our time. You're still a half hour early.
I had microphones to test, so right at the beginning of the feed, I gave out my bad news about my mics from JTS not working. And then I tested 2 or 3 mics, or 2. Paula Bible U sent me a verse. Do you want to hear it? Matthew 6:19-21. Quote, "Stop storing up treasures for yourselves on earth, where moths and rust destroy, and where thieves break in and steal. But keep on storing up treasures for yourselves in heaven, where moths and rust do not destroy, and where thieves do not break in and steal. Because where your treasure is, there your heart will be also."
Yeah, that's a great one, man. Love that one. It's true. Ain't no thieves there.
Paula has a very profound way with words. She brought me to tears the other night. So she probably doesn't know that. In a good way. That's Paula Bible U, not my wife. My wife regularly brings me to tears. In a good way also.
Or Red's rhetoric. He's a big player in the field. Is he
Well,
going to turn up?
I don't think so because they don't know what's going on. But when they do, when it all is out there and everybody realizes what's gone on, they are going to turn up. They're going to have their little party, you know, because there's a kink in the armor of FED. Well, there is no kink because the backbone of FED is still here. That's the people that joined the panel, and that's Nathan Oakley continuing to get up every day and start a show. You know, the lazy Nathan Oakley, the guy that's too lazy.
Well, I don't know
But
about
he's
get
not.
up.
Well, whatever. With me, it's getting up.
Why are you
But,
calling me
you know,
lazy, cheeky sod?
well,
Well,
this is
you
what
are sat
people
down.
say. You know, you weren't lazy enough. I mean, you're not so lazy. You start a show every day for 10 years. That doesn't sound like a lazy man to me.
Who's calling me lazy?
No, I didn't call you lazy. Just because you sat down drinking coffee doesn't mean
I
you're
am.
lazy. It just means you're comfortable.
Very. The Ecorn's stressless recliner. Very comfortable indeed.
So you're saying you got a comfortable recliner? That's
Very.
interesting.
Why?
Now, somebody else is waiting to get a comfortable chair, and I find it funny how you got a comfortable recliner.
Very interesting, Neil. Highly suspicious coincidence you've highlighted there.
Yeah, that was all to me. That was all a bunch of shit anyway, and it was just a delay tactic to get things in order. You know who's texting me right now?
Who, Neil?
Yep, 936.
Don't know who that is.
One of your
Skeptic
Patreons.
936. Yeah.
What's up with the book? Because he wants me to sign one of his copies. You know? Yeah, I guess he's heard the nonsense. What are you going to do? The book will definitely come out, though. Just a little delay.
See, it'll come out some Christmas time.
Christmas 2029. I'll be grey-haired going,
Pre-order now.
It's the 19th draft.
Personally, through me, that want a copy of this. So, I mean, there's a lot of people waiting for it.
The best things come to those who wait, Neil.
Yeah, that's what they say. That's what they say.
Hey, Eli. Was that a grunt? Or was that just a terrible microphone?
I guess a bad mic.
Oh, okay. Oh, you sounded clear enough then.
So I was saying, I guess you started about an hour and 20 ago.
How do you know that?
Because you.
Time the link is posted, Nathan.
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, I was going to start doing microphone videos, but I thought if I do, I'll end up overlapping and losing track of time. And I thought, rather than doing that, I'll start boshing my way through them on the beginning of the pre-show. And now it only actually ended up taking 5 minutes. But by then I'm like, wow, I'll just pause this recording. I've done a proper intro. So, yeah. There's not enough hours in the day, so some things just now have to overlap whether I want them to or not. So as much as there might be people out there going, oh my God, are we really watching a Flat Earth debate pre-show entry or intro followed by a mic test? Yeah, you are. That's how it is, I'm afraid. I've got to keep the lights on.
That's fine, man. That's fine. That's the type of stuff people like. You know, especially when you're transparent about it and they're on that journey with you.
Most people are incredibly understanding. Like, I'll see a couple of commenters from Flat Earthers on my mic videos, so I publish them so I can put an eBay ad with a proper video, because it really does help them sell if people can see the microphone working and hear what it sounds like, even though it's just me talking into it or singing into it or whatever I'm doing with it. That helps people make a decision to buy. Well, therefore, I'm going to publish those videos, and that's what people come along to if they're a Flat Earther and go, for instance, one of the mic videos was a demonstration of 4 identical mics. Now, they're supposed to be identical, and that's the point of the video, to show that they all sound the same. And the comment, although I didn't explicitly state that in the video, was, they all sound the same to me, but I like the fact that Earth is flat, keep doing what you're doing. In other words, this doesn't make any sense to me. It's a mic video, but okay, Earth's flatter than that. That was kind of the sentiment. You go, yeah, well, first and foremost, they're supposed to all sound the same. That's the point. They're all identical. If they don't, something's wrong. So good. And yeah, Earth's measured flat. And the guy just gave me a thumbs up reply or whatever, you know, just acknowledge me acknowledging him, and everyone gets on with their day. Now, there are other people that come along that go, why are you doing this? This isn't a microphone channel. You're like, well, temporarily, while I'm selling microphones, it is. I can't cope with not putting a video up, and that would mean I'm stuck with loads of mics I can't sell. I need to sell them. I need to keep the lights on. And the gratitude I extend to the people who are Patreons and all the rest of it is still in effect, it doesn't change anything about all the people who offer massive amounts of support to keep the lights on, but the ad revenue's dropped substantially. Now, that's very, very bad if you need to keep I was about to say a mortgage, I've got 2 of them, but keep a couple of mortgages paid. You know, being a flat earther has become very, very expensive. So, you know, I've got to make sure that that's covered, otherwise I'll be out on my ear. So being very poor means sometimes you have to do extra stuff and you end up with 3 hours of sleep each night. Well, that's sometimes the way it goes. But most people are incredibly understanding. They go, all right, okay, fine, you've got to make mic videos as well. You're like, yeah, I do. I don't want to. I'm actually completely sick of microphones. Like most things, you end up being sick of them once you start selling them. You love them at first. Then over time, you become indifferent to them. And then with enough time elapsed, you start to hate the product you're selling. I remember when my folks, one now dead, one is not, but, you know, when they were retiring, they were in a computer shop selling computers. And I remember asking my mother when she offered me the business, and the other 2 kids, we were all offered it and we all declined. But she was like, I asked her, well, do you like doing it? And she's like, no, I hate computers. I could kick them all in the air. You're like, all right, okay. And from that, when they sold the business, they gave me a computer. I remember sticking it in a cupboard and not really caring because I'd spent my entire life growing up around computers, watching my dad program and going, I don't care. I mean, anytime I wanted to access a computer, I had one to access. But it was, you know, familiar to me. I knew what the internet was at a time when people were completely unfamiliar with what it was. But I'd experienced it for 5, 6, 7 years at that particular point when people were just starting to get to grips with FreeServe and AOL, and it was just all new to everybody else. I'm like, wow, look at this wonderful thing called the internet. I'm like, yeah, old news. To me, it was old news. Now, you could say, well, no, the internet didn't exist. And you're like, well, it did. There was always what my dad used to call the intranet, an internal version that was various different systems linked up along phone lines. Now, was it the internet as we know now? No. But was the internet back in 1995 the internet that we know now? No. But in a form, it had existed for a considerable amount of time before what people got to know as the internet. Now, when I was in a retail outlet selling hi-fi, again, I don't think I've ever become sick of hi-fi because it produces so much joy, right? When you hear something being played back, music, that is. You know, the equipment's a means to an end. So as much as when I was working in hi-fi retail, to a certain degree, just being in a shop can become laborious. But the product produces music. How can you hate that? It's very difficult to hate that, right? So hence I've never really fell out of love with audio equipment. And I thought it would be the same for microphones. Well, it's not reproducing music. It's creating it. Now, as much as I can't wait for my kids to become a bit more enthusiastic about doing that, and, you know, I'll have a few mics obviously knocking around to do that with, I've already become sick of it. Now, I'm doing it because I just want to keep the lights on. Now, maybe you get that impression when you watch me doing a microphone video. Maybe you don't. It doesn't really matter. What matters is that I get to keep the lights on. That's it. The mortgages are paid. You know, I can put fuel in the car and take the kids to lessons. That's really all that matters.
Right. Yeah, and plus, you know, doing it that early in the morning, I don't think we care either way.
Yeah, exactly. And there's a fast forward button. If you see me testing a mic at the beginning of a pre-show, just fast forward it. It's only 5 minutes. Earth will still be measured flat regardless, so who cares?
Yeah, that'll be in the book too, right?
What, microphones?
No, that the Earth will always be measured flat.
Yeah, that's the main theme, Neil. I mean, I might add an extra chapter talking about the current circumstances. I might not. I might add an extra chapter talking about what I've had to do personally to get by as a flat earther and the subsequent debt that it's put me in. But I might not. You know, it's like I say, it's not a book yet. Someone at the beginning of the show said that they've read a leaked copy of it. You're like, you mean what? Somebody's read the bits that we put up on screen in after shows occasionally? Okay. I mean, maybe that's what they're talking about. But it's not a book until it's a published book, is it?
No, it's a working draft.
Yeah, the 5th one, now moving on to the 6th. You know, it's a refinement process. Now, did I ever anticipate that I'd go through 6 drafts? No. That's just the way it is sometimes. Same with the show itself, right? Flat Earth debate is a constantly evolving thing. The people who are on the panel are always changing. The people that you think are going to be there forever as a group aren't. Now, some of them remain good friends. Anthony Riley is a case in point, right? He was there right early on, arguing about the Isle of Man. Now, Anthony and I have met each other many a time and been out and we've drunk together and we've taken pictures of the Isle of Man together and we've measured heights of hills together and, you know, all sorts of flat earth related stuff. Now, he's not got that as his focus. He's doing other things at the minute. But I've recently been in touch with him and he's just the same old Anthony Riley that he always was. He's a good guy. Now, that hasn't changed. He's been consistent. So Anthony's consistency in that regard is nice. It's nice to have people that just, you get what you expect from them and they're always a good person. Other people, not so much. You know, at the time there was various different glurfs that have now completely vanished from all existence, seemingly, that were hanging around in the show constantly when we were fighting with them, utilising flat earth prerequisites like horizontal distance measurements to the Isle of Man, not noting that you need a flat earth for the distance. Then they liked us and came in. Well, that whole group has pretty much disbanded. You know, Anthony, Arwin, Ruhif, those people kind of are around, but are they on the show? Absolutely not. So the group that's involved with flat earth debate is very much fluid and changes all the time. The people that seem really important one day disappear and fade into obscurity the next.
And isn't that statement also true now, Nathan?
Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be true. I've been doing this 10 years. You know, back in the day, believe it or not, the group was me, Bob Nodell, Dave, Jaron, Patricia Steer. That was the group, right? People maybe don't realise that because sometimes they'll hear me defend someone like Dave. Like, believe it or not, when other people slag Dave off, I tell them not to. Like, I'm allowed to do that. You're not. It's like you weren't hanging around with him. You don't know him. You weren't spending hours and hours chatting with him. You know, he sent my kids... I was about to say he sent my kids toys. One of them was a toy globe. A hugger globe. Well, you know, that gives you an idea of how close Dave Weiss and I were. Now, that means that I'm obviously going to have a lot more disdain when he stabs me in the back. But it doesn't mean that some rando gets to slag Dave off. I'll stop him. It's like, no, that's somebody that was... I don't want to say intimately, but I was personally involved with very early on, 10 years ago. Now, Dave's still stuck around. Now, that in and of itself says something, doesn't it? Now, I may be very critical of him, and I may have or hold a high degree of disdain for him. But ultimately, Dave's just a dude, isn't he? Now, Patricia Steer, she turned back to the Globe. Far more egregious, but because she's not got a head above the pulpit, I think that's the term, she doesn't get as much flack. Jaron may fade into obscurity, but he's still around, right? But that was the group back in the day.
This is different. Stop it.
Oh, what are you talking about, Neil? People come and go. That's my point. I made a decision 10 years ago. This is going to be it. I knew this was my calling. Now, when I read out my little chat between 10th Man and myself later on in the after show, you'll hear that. Have you read it already, Neil? Because I did send it to you.
Of course I read it. I just want to know why I'm last.
Because you're the least important.
Because you're the shortest.
I can't believe you've picked out the fact that you're last on the list. Mitchell didn't get a mention, did he? Mitchell from Australia didn't get a mention on that list,
No.
did he? Right. Well, Mitchell from Australia is important enough for me to contact and say, you're a good man. Thanks. I really appreciate you. I didn't add him to the list of people that were massively influential and have shown true grit. because it's just not involved as much as he was 5 years ago. So, you know, can I really put him on the list at all when I'm saying, you know, there's people who've really shown true friendship over the last 2 or 3 weeks? Some of them coming back out of the woodwork after just not talking to them before. I talked about it with Craig on a couple of days ago's show. And he's like, yeah, there's certain people that I know that you won't talk to them for 8 years, and then you get in touch and it's just like you've never not spoken to them. You're just like back straight as it was when you first spoke to them, and when you were in the middle of a close relationship with them, you drift apart and then for whatever reason get back in touch and everything's all cool. Now, that's how it should be for everyone. But we're in a very bizarre little corner of the internet. So the fact that things don't often pad out the way that you would expect them to with people that you call close friends is, while unexpected generally, not unexpected for me, having done this for 10 years.
I don't know. I'm big on loyalty, so that's my thing. So
I'm sure you've been doing it long. You've been saying 10 years for the last 4 years, Nathan.
I think it was it 2014 I started? I can't remember the year I started. I'd have to look it up. I looked at when Quantum Eraser got my first advert, so I had to talk him into doing a show at all. He didn't want to be a YouTuber, and I talked him into doing it, started up his channel, got him set up with OBS and such like, and then made him an advert. So I looked at when that was published, and that was 6 years ago.
I started listening in
I remember
2016.
Sorry, just one sec, Neil. Who was that from Discord? Go ahead.
No, I just said I remember.
Oh,
that.
Eli, sorry.
Okay, so when but I don't know. Am I right about this? Because I remember that whole incident with Bob Nodell, and I remember that Sunday there was no Glowbusters, and you guys were distressed about it and decided to do a show and call it Glowbusters. Is that how it was? Was that how it was birthed?
No, QE had already got a show at that point, or had already got a YouTube channel. Ballbusters was originally on my channel.
Right. You're saying it was originally on your channel, though he already had a channel?
Yeah, I'd already set him up with a channel at that point.
Yeah, I guess
Before
that's what.
you spoke to Bob
That's what.
Nodell?
Hold on, Eli. Go on, Neil.
Wait, so you're saying he was already set up with a channel before that whole incident with Bob Nodell?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I heard it differently. And I was a listener. So I know.
Okay. Well, tell me. I mean, it might be. I'm not infallible, Neil. I might be wrong. Shocking.
Yeah, you got to check the history of when that channel was put out, and then you got to find when you
Why?
went
Who cares?
to Bob Nodell. Well, because historically, I want to be correct, because maybe I heard wrong.
But why? Who cares? Does it matter? When Bob Nodell had a day off from doing Glowbusters, does it matter? I mean, seriously,
Well, yeah,
who
because
cares?
I always thought that's why Ballbusters started.
That is why Ballbusters started. We were pissed off with Bob, so we did a replacement show and called it a very similar name.
Right, okay, so I'm right then, yeah. That's how I always thought it was. Okay. Let's get it on.
Oh,
Hello.
Hello. I've had high praise over the last 2-3 days for the shows that have gone out. Now, I don't really understand that when I'm under the most stress and pressure and most irritated and agitated, people give me the highest of praise. Now, it could just be because I'm not swearing that I'll get high praise, and generally that's my demeanour, or people perceive it to be my general demeanour. But like I say, the last definitely 2, but possibly 3 shows came with high praise from various different...
Yeah, because you've been on point.
Eli.
Oh,
Eli.
yeah.
You're off mute, groaning into my live show. What do you mean, yep? So, I don't know. I was asked just in
the last few Charles Nathan, I was going to tell you that.
I was asked in the pre-show, do I have a video to cover today? And I'm like, well, actually, no. Just based on the high praise that the last few shows have got, I'm more than happy to just continue chit-chatting throughout the live show and see how it goes. So, though there isn't any videos prepared to do today, but chit-chatting is what it's all about. Chit-chatting about housekeeping has been the main focus of the beginning of the last two shows. I can't recall if we covered every single housekeeping question.
Nathan, sorry, Nathan.
One more time?
I think that's what it is. I think the last few shows we've just been having a little bit of a chit chat. Sometimes I felt bad a few weeks ago putting some videos up with the idiots, won't mention the names, and you get winds you up, and you just start shouting, and it's just all. Sometimes it's just nice to. It's good to talk sometimes. Just have a bit of a chat, talk about how Earth's measured flat, and go over a few points, and whatever else comes up.
Well, I like doing that because, and I've said this in the last few shows as well, that's the least stressful bit of my general day. That is to say, throughout the day, there's going to be people, events, things that happen, sales of microphones as a perfect example, that I don't necessarily enjoy doing, but will do because needs must. But the flat earth aspect of what I do isn't particularly stressful. Now, obviously, there's going to be people who make that stressful because it's stressful for them and they want to project their pain onto me. But in terms of the arguments for a flat earth, it's the same routine in 2025 for every single approach from an opponent to this subject. That is to say, they will approach me with a flat earth prerequisite and ask me how it works. In response, I provide them with the need they have for their flat earth prerequisite measurement, and then say that's my job done. I don't need to do anything else. If the debate that you think exists is about whether or not Earth is flat or a globe, then at the point that you measure Earth flat and require it to be so as a prerequisite, then there's no argument anymore. I'm done. I don't have to do anything further. Well, that's generally speaking how every interaction with the subject that's the main focus of flat Earth debate is. So that's the bit I like talking about.
No, you got to talk about how Earth is not a globe, Nathan.
No, I don't.
What's wrong with you?
My opponent can come and tell me how something they perceive to work as a globe prerequisite actually requires a flat Earth measurement. And again, that's the end of it. I don't have to explain how Earth's not a sphere after acknowledging, or not acknowledging to be more accurate, things like linear distances that are flat. If you're going to give me a mile or kilometre distance to some object in the distance, then you're going to need a flat Earth to measure it horizontally in a linear fashion. Well, that's it. You've measured Earth flat for the distance. Do I need to explain it? No, I don't. What about if you take that distance and then ask me about how if I measure my height off a flat plane perpendicular to it with a parallel eye level to the surface level, then at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet in a begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator, there's a distance to geometric horizon below the surface level we measured for horizontal linear distance and perpendicular height above it. You're going to need perpendicular height above it off a flat plane and a horizontal linear distance to ask me about why you perceive there to be a blockage in the distance. I don't need to answer anything in regards to your blockage. You measure Earth flat and require it to be that way to ask me this question. That's the end of the discussion.
Eli, if one of your girlfriends was there listening, would she have any understanding of what was just transpired?
I'm sorry, I was literally helping my girlfriend find her phone. I have no idea what y'all talking about.
Well, Nathan was going through his diatribe of how Earth is measured flat. Now, if your girl was listening,
Well, let
would she
me
be able to
put my
make any
phone on
sense?
speaker.
But his girlfriend's not going to be the
Perhaps
person I'm
you can say it
exampling.
again.
Sorry, Eli, go ahead.
Well, I said I put my phone on speaker so my girl can hear. You want to repeat it?
Yeah, repeat it.
Sure. If you measure some miles, they're flat. Miles are flat, kilometres are flat. Like the scale on a map? Is that something that's complicated to understand?
Like miles are flat, kilometers are flat. What on the scale is flat? Is that
The
complicated
scale
to
itself is
understand?
flat. Like on a map, if you look at a map and its scale, it's giving you a linear flat scale for the miles measured across the map. So when you describe something in the distance, you describe it with flat, linear, horizontal distances like the map provides with a scale for the horizontal, flat, linear distance measurement. Anyway, regardless of whether or not Eli's girlfriends, plural, or singular, I don't know, probably plural, understand this is irrelevant. When somebody puts it to me that there's an object at X distance, and if I assume Earth is a sphere and ignore said horizontal distance and measure my height off surface level for a parallel eye level that will be ran through mathematics that is put to me regularly by bull-believing numpties, then they will understand that they are asserting a distance to geometric horizon at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's measured height off surface level. Those are the facts in the Earth curve mathematics. It requires horizontal planar distance measurement and perpendicular height measurement. Flat Earth prerequisites both of them. That's it. That's the end of my job. Now, whether or not someone can understand that when I summarise it in a what Neil rudely just described as a diatribe is irrelevant. My opponent, if they're putting a begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve claim to me, do and will and must understand what they are putting to me when they quote a distance. I'm saying I just look for the flat Earth prerequisite in what is put to me and point out that you'll need a flat Earth for that prerequisite distance measurement or height off surface level. Not expecting random Joe to understand. Or random,
and I
Susan.
get that, right? Because I'm here every day. I understand everything you say. But I'm wondering, is the layman that pops in going to understand it?
When I say the scale on the map is flat, the distance is linear and flat and horizontal, like on your map and like with your scale, you either understand how frigging map works or you don't. Now, if you don't, then that's not my problem. If a layman does not understand how a map works, okay, then laymen don't understand how maps work. They can't look at a flat map and see a scale on it. Well, okay, well, that makes them a bonehead as opposed to a layman, in my opinion, but that's just me.
Thinking of what Neil means, I mean, we said this last week when we've been over a few videos, when they explain how, when things are measured from the centre of the Earth and explain that it's all done inside the ball, to get the elevation angles from inside Earth, what we call hell, at the Molten core, they've got no evidence for because they'll need a globe measurement for that. And then taking elevation angles to the luminaries outside of the now people explain this, not anti-flat earthers, just people explaining how this is supposed to be done. And people watch these videos and illustrations and cartoons of a globe with somebody inside it on a horizontal plane measuring angles. Now, if at some point you don't think, well, how's that happening? Somebody isn't in the center of Earth measuring angles from the equatorial plane. But somehow people don't need cotton onto this. And then when we explain it, like you've just done, Nathan, and you mentioned that, somebody who's never come across this subject will think, what the hell is he talking about?
Maybe not, because when Kent started breaking it down to us, right, and we started viewing these illustrations that he put up, then it clicked, I mean, the penny dropped. Now, I don't understand why it's not dropping for certain people. Now, the way you just said it, One Deck, if people are looking at that picture and they're hearing what Nathan's saying, then the penny should freaking drop. That everything is being done on the surface.
Yeah, you could always use an example, Neil. You could say, if me and you was to travel to Missouri, here's the elevation profile on Google Maps, and it's all flat.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, but even the raw data from the plane to Missouri will show you flying above a horizontal plane, Neil.
Sure, but there's still going to be complex things like described by One Deck earlier with you inside this ball on screen now, describing the angles with Earth as a glorified protractor. It only works from in the ball with you in the hell molten iron core position, describing the angle through the ball that you're later going to scribble and colour in as a map to describe a latitude that's measured off a flat plane, in this case the equatorial plane, in hell, in a ball. Because that's the only way it can function, because you fundamentally require a flat planar measurement for the angle. You know, it's a bit like measuring Earth flat in Antarctica for 24 hours. You know, for example, Dave McKeegan. I keep forgetting. But for the fact that Dave McKeegan's a complete idiot and doesn't know how to use his own equipment, he would have, past tense, measured Earth flat for 24 hours in Antarctica. With respect to the equatorial plane? Equatorial plane? What, like a flat plane? Yeah, he's measuring the surface level. It's part of the angle. Now, he didn't quite cope with the full 24 hours of the sun rotating, but our globe-believing opponents want us to focus on why did the sun do that? I don't know. But we measure Earth flat. You measure Earth flat. We measure Earth flat. Earth is measured flat. Once I prove that, I have no need to explain why the sun's up in Antarctica for 24 hours. Measured. Well, other than Dave, who couldn't cope with his own equipment. You're measuring it flat regardless. Even in a limited capacity that Dave could cope with, he still measured Earth flat with elevation angles. So who cares? Earth is measured flat. Simple.
So if you was to remove that top part, just remove that half a sphere, this is the surface that we're talking about. We're not in the center of hell. We're on the surface of Earth. That's how we get around. That's how we measure things. That's how we mapped our world. Am I correct?
Yeah, but you can describe the angles that you see with a parallel sky measured from a parallel plane as angles as a star that starts at your zenith moves towards the horizon, as a sake of example. This is an angle at 45 degrees. Now, if it was at your zenith, it would be at 90 degrees to your position. That's, say, straight up, or like on screen now at 45 degrees. And if it was at the horizon here, then it's at 1 degree, let's just say, or 180 or 179 degrees over here, right? Well, that's a protractor measured off the surface level. Well, then you can create what we just saw seconds ago from that description of angle measurement you see when measuring the angles off a flat Earth to the stars. Now, there's no getting away from this, yeah? And you'll end up being someone like Simon Dan, quote, "We don't only measure Earth flat," end quote, Simon Dan. Why would he have to make such a disclaimer? Well, because he's measured Earth flat 1,000 times from surface level to the sun. So you, Dan, measure Earth flat for your elevation angle. Now, that's not in dispute. These are just facts. This is how Dan and his 1,000 participating audience members measured Earth. Now you can say, nah, I didn't measure it that way. Okay, so Simon Dan doesn't have any measurements. He didn't get any elevation angles. So you're going to kick all of your own measurements out the window. Okay, you haven't got any measurements then. Oh, what? Dan did measure Earth 1,000 times with elevation angles. Yeah, then he measured Earth flat 1,000 times. You either accept that you're measuring Earth flat for your measurement, because that's the only way Earth can be measured, or you don't.
That's it. It's always measured flat. I mean, the thing is, they measure it flat and then do some mathematics to turn it into a globe. It's the mathematics, which is the globe, the calculation after the measurement. The raw measurement is a flat Earth elevation angle from surface level all the time. They need it. We need it. That's what's happening in this world. Sorry, not in the world. I'm not in the world. I'm not in a ball on a horizontal plane called the equatorial plane. But you know what I mean. That's how we deal with it.
I'm just changing the title of the show to "The Globe is Measured Flat."
Wait a second. That's my line.
Yeah, the Greeks all knew that.
Hold
They
on.
measured angles. Hang on a minute. They measured angles using sticks and shadows. I mean, the globe must be flat for horizontal shadows. And that guy, what was he called? Alberuni. He measured the Earth was flat because he measured the height of a mountain like that. And you know, when I was a sailor navigating the sea, the surface of the ocean appeared very flat to me. Triangulation on the surface of Earth, all achievable without one single use of a curve.
Yeah, the globe is measured flat, and the Greeks all knew that. Beautiful.
Oh boy, I said that months ago, and you were like, "No." I'm glad that you have come around, Nathan. The globe is measured flat.
No, it
I've
isn't. It's
copyrighted that one for you,
oxymoronic, but it's
Corey.
poetic, isn't it? It is an oxymoron to say that, and the title is an oxymoron, but it doesn't matter. Their globe requires flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurements. Now you can say, well, they're curved, but then they're not an angle.
Oh
Like I
dear.
said last week, Nathan, I was talking to a bowler and got into the elevation angle, celestial navigation, defining what an elevation angle is, back and forth. You know the script. And in the end, the bowler said to me, "Well, you can obtain an elevation angle from a curved surface
No,
as
you
long
can't.
as it's only slightly curved."
No, you can't.
I mean, this is where it's going.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
they
not
can
an
say
angle
that.
then.
You can say that, but that axiomatically defies what an elevation angle is. If you say, well, it's coming off a tangent plane, well, then it's not elevation. Elevation's from the surface. You're trying to find a ground position. If it's out in space on a tangent plane when you've measured from a ball, you're not measuring from a ball. You're measuring from the surface. So drawing a line to a point and calling it tangential isn't measuring from the surface. Ergo, the angle measurement must be with respect to the surface. Not out in space, not on a tangent plane, not to a ball, but from Earth's surface. Now, this diagram on screen alludes to having a curve, but it doesn't change that the angle depicted is an angle. That's defined. Two straight lines meeting at a vertex. Now, if you apologise and go, this little section's two straight lines meeting at a vertex. So this little section here with 1,800 nautical miles is flat. Okay, yeah, it must be, or it won't be an angle. It's just that simple. You can't have 60 degrees meet a ground position 1,800 nautical miles away unless it's flat. Now you can say, well, it's just a little bit curved. Then it's not an angle. That's your hard place, denying that you're measuring an angle, because it isn't an angle if it's curved. But what we do actually have is, according to this diagram, an angle. How do I know? Well, it's got the word 60 and then a little degree symbol after it. So there's no ambiguity about what it is and how it's measured and what it's achieving with a ground position.
That was on that picture there. That was one of the reasons I coined the phrase tangent mirror, because this is what you are using the horizon when you're using the marine sextant, and the horizon is where the surface of Earth and the sky appear to meet, and you use that horizon to establish horizontal, and you'll have 2 points on that horizontal: observer's position and the GP position. Yeah, along the surface of Earth's sea level. They go on about the tangent line. We're using it. I said, no, it's called horizon mirror, not a tangent mirror.
Indeedy weedy. Like this diagram on screen. You can pretend that you've got a globe Earth right angle, but you haven't. For it to be 90 degrees to the zenith at the ground position, the line between you and the ground position along the ground is an elevation angle from the surface. That's what elevation means. It has to be straight, level, flat. That's how Earth is measured. The diagrams that are flashing by on screen, they're not my diagrams. They've come from celestial navigation books, supplied by 10th Man when 10th Man exposed this entire shebango to the wider flat Earth community many years ago on all those pre-shows when he spent thousands of dollars on books about celestial navigation and exposed exactly how Earth was measured flat with them.
So wait, 10th Man came out with that argument? Oh, okay.
Well, there's no disputing that. He spent hours, if not days, combined going through it with us in the pre-show, Neil.
Yeah. I heard somebody in Missouri came out with that. Good to know the truth, though.
Well, liars will be liars. What can you say?
But at the end of the day, like we've just said, the Greeks knew the globe was flat. Now, I say that because that's where that poem originated from. Because when I was getting into this and looking into things, I was thinking, well, how was the Earth, how was the globe measured? And then you get the story of Eratosthenes, and then you read it and you think, well, it's obviously been done. You know, he measured them angles and he's got the distance between the GP and the shadow and the angle, and he's worked it all out, and that's the circumference of the Earth. And you skip over what's actually being done. The guy's on the surface of Earth measuring angles, and he knows the distance between 2 points. Then he does some mathematics and turns them measurements into a circumference of Earth.
A flat
That's
circumference.
what happened. And that's,
flat circumference.
So that's why I wrote the poem.
The derived radial value that eventually gets converted to sphericity is flat in the first instance. If you're going to call it a radius, it's a flat radius. Like these areas of equal elevation on screen, you can only derive a radial value flat if you're utilising elevation angles to do it with. Sticks and shadows is no different.
Right.
What was your poem?
No, the globe is flat. That's
the one
what
you
I'm
just
saying.
read.
That's where,
Yes.
That's where. Yeah, that's where it originated from. Because, you know, the globe is flat. You look at how the globe was measured, and it's measured flat. That's the conclusion I came to in the end.
Well, we've been saying this for a while.
And if you,
No, go ahead.
sorry, mate. Go on. Sorry.
I was going to say, we've been saying for a while that is the game, and all Flat Earth really is a game. A game where our opponents attempt to, as one deck puts it, whistle past the Flat Earth prerequisite angle measurements in this instance. Whistle past the angles, because the angles require Earth be flat to be measured. But if we can use those angles measured off a flat plane and only talk about the conversion to sphericity, then we don't have to focus on how Earth is measured flat in the first instance. Now, I was told in the pre-show that people are getting annoyed with me that I don't whistle past the Flat Earth prerequisite measurements of surface level to argue about how the ball can be used if we ignore the Flat Earth measurements. Apparently, it's annoying to people who like to argue about how a horizontal distance measurement, that's a Flat Earth prerequisite, and height off surface level, it's another Flat Earth prerequisite, would infer that there's a distance to a geometric horizon below the surface level. Now, if I can just hold my tongue and ignore how flat Earth must be measured to make the assertion that there's a distance to geometric horizon, then the argument can continue a little bit longer. And I'm cutting it off at its knees, and that's irritating, because it ends immediately when you understand that Earth must be measured flat to make the argument. Therefore, there isn't an argument. There's just the flat Earth measurement. At that point, there's no argument to have. Earth's measured flat.
Yeah, you can do what you want with it after that. Measure it flat, do what the hell you want after that. We don't care.
Yeah, believe you're on a
measured it
ball with
flat.
the flat Earth measurement if you choose to. That's fine by us. Do what you like.
Yeah, once they start talking about angles and elevation angles, I mean, it's game over. But yeah, people feel like that's too quick, you know?
Too quick? What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Oh, you
ended it
prove.
too
So it's
quick.
gone from you guys believe you're on a flat Earth, prove it. Now it's gone from that to you prove we're on a flat Earth too quickly. What? Are you having me on? Is this seriously a criticism of me that I'm proving it too quickly? You having me on, Neil?
No, that's we end the argument. It's too quick. I mean, Earth is measured flat. I mean, that's just too quick. What do you mean? It's got to be more to it than that.
Okay, I mean, fair enough. Right, I'll put out something that, for those people that think it's just too quick when I point out Earth's measured flat. Don't use the flat Earth prerequisite elevation angles, horizontal distance measurements, perpendicular height measurements, and then it'll last a bit longer. The problem is that our opponents use flat Earth measurements immediately. So what, should I not point it out when they're using it? Just stop using our stuff, and the argument can carry on a bit longer. But the minute you use a flat Earth prerequisite, I will point it out and end the argument immediately. That's just how it is. Don't use our stuff. Don't use flat Earth measurements. You can't. That's the point. They can only measure Earth flat. That's how Earth is measured.
Brilliant, brilliant. I'm glad you bounced back with that. That's what I wanted. It's impossible. So no matter what, it's going to be ended quickly because they keep using it right in the beginning.
Yeah, stop using it straight away. Just hold off using flat Earth measurements. If you're a baller, just take your time. What's that? You can only start all discussions with a flat Earth measurement? Yeah, we know. Earth's flat. It's measured that way. We checked. You checked. You need it to be that way. We need it to be that way. It is that way. That's how it's measured. It was measured flat. Is measured flat. Will always be measured flat. That's why they're using it.
Well, you know, they only have 95% of the world believing it's a sphere. So you should try to convolute it as much as possible. I mean, you wouldn't want it to be over that fast, would you?
I don't care.
Be concise.
If people want to believe they're on a ball based on flat Earth measurements, they can. I'm not stopping you, right? If you want to measure Earth flat and go, because I've measured Earth flat, like Simon Dan, I've quoted him once, I'll quote him again. We don't only measure Earth flat. Okay, start with the measurements that aren't flat rather than going out and measuring Earth flat 1,000 times. And then the argument won't immediately be ended by me when I go, yeah, but you have only measured Earth flat 1,000 times. So what do you want me to do? Ignore that you measured Earth flat 1,000 times? Whistle past you? Flat Earth prerequisite? Now, I can't do that, I'm afraid. I'll just point out that you measured Earth flat 1,000 times. And when you don't provide a globe measurement, because there aren't any, they all require Earth be measured flat, I'll just disagree with your statement that you don't only measure Earth flat. Now, Dan only measured Earth flat.
It's like when they used to, the celestial navigation, elevation angle at sea level. Skip past that and let's talk about dip correction, height of eye correction. That's what they wanted to talk about. They didn't want to talk about the sea level horizontal distance with 2 points across it, which could be 5,400 miles between the two horizontal points on that radius. They wanted to talk about dip correction.
Well, the correction from eye level to surface level, or
correct.
Surface level to eye level, that correction?
Yes, the parallel eye level and surface level dip, that's depression angle. You need a flat Earth for that too. Everything
There's no
requires...
way out of it, really, is there?
Sorry, go ahead, one day.
Saying there's no way out of it.
Well, it's because the Earth is actually flat, and it wouldn't be needing conversion to ball. Like, have a sine conversion. Why are you converting from these flat measurements to ball? If it's ball-shaped, just measure it ball-shaped. Don't convert from flat measurements and say, hey, look, I have a sine. Well, that's a conversion. From flat to ball.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're talking about a globe, you're talking about a mathematical calculation. If you're talking about the measurements, then you're talking about measurements.
And they're flat.
Which I've got those. Yeah, that's it.
There never was an argument. Like I say, the whole game is creating the impression that there's an argument. The idea that there's an argument. And the only way that works is twofold. One, make flat earthers out to be complete idiots by giving them garbage to argue about, making them familiar with mud flood and 9/11 truth and Sandy Hook, so they talk about that, so you can take that apart. Not the flat earth prerequisite elevation angle measurement, surface level, perpendicularity, parallel eye level, sea level, all of these things that we utilise on a daily basis when measuring Earth. So long as everybody in the so-called debate ignores all of the flat earth prerequisite measurements of Earth, you can go straight to the calculations and argue about how the calculations function, how far we should see based on the calculations, and ignore that the distance for how far we'll see will be linear and horizontal. Just as long as nobody mentions that, there can be a perception of a debate. There isn't one. Earth's measured flat.
And then you used to get comments like, sorry Neil, you used to get comments like, well, celestial navigation's got nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
Navigation of the surface of Earth when you might die at sea has got nothing to do with the surface of Earth, because the surface of Earth, I believe, is ball-shaped. Therefore, this is irrelevant.
Well, you know what else other people are doing? I've just come aware of that. In 24/7, they're putting a list together and they're weeding out all the bad flat Earth arguments. I think that's a pretty cool thing to do if that's what they're doing. Get rid of all the trash.
Well, bad flat Earth arguments are arguments that aren't about flat Earth. So, for example, we covered a guy the other day, some fat guy, who was talking about a flat earther who's talking about cracks in rocks. Now, both of them use flat Earth prerequisites in the form of up and perpendicular. 90 degrees for the cracks. Well, that's a flat Earth prerequisite measurement if you're going to describe it with respect to the surface and the rocks cracking. Now, his explanation for varnish by comparison was utter garbage, and definitely didn't go through the scientific method, making his claim projection when he suggested that his opponent on the flat Earth side was a pseudoscientist. Now, the flat earther didn't actually claim any science, so that's an incorrect assertion and pure projection, because he hadn't put his claim in comparative terms to varnish through the scientific method. But both of them are using flat Earth prerequisites. Nobody's pointing that out. The argument's about how rocks crack. That isn't an argument about a flat Earth. That's a causal influential argument that hasn't been through the scientific method. Sod all to do with Earth beyond the fact that there are rocks on Earth in terms of its flatness. But the descriptions used are requiring a flat Earth for the descriptions of perpendicularity. So you need a flat Earth for the description in mathematics. You're not asserting causal influence because you haven't put it through the scientific method to acquire empiricism, if I could say it. So what do you have? You have the impression that this is a flat Earth argument when talking about melting buildings and melting bricks and rocks cracking and people cutting them. That's sod all to do with flat Earth. That's the game, isn't it? Give this man who says he's a flat earther some nonsense garbage to talk about that has sod all to do with how Earth is measured, and then we can ridicule him for talking about it when he doesn't really know, when I can compare the rocks to varnish.
Well, it's funny because on number 4, it says solar/Polaris elevation angles prove flat Earth. They got that listed as a bad flat Earth argument.
Right, this is on screen. If this light was Polaris, you measure it for latitude with an angle with respect to surface level. It's an elevation. Again, I've covered this already. Surface is what elevation means. From the surface, that's what elevation is. Angle, 2 straight lines. Bad argument. Oh, it sounds like we've got shill claim to be flat earthers that are actually ballers that need to get rid of our best arguments. It won't make any difference in terms of the horizontal linear distance that you're trying to acquire or the latitude grid that is acquired after these measurements. Those are facts of life used daily in navigation. So them saying it's a bad argument, it's not an argument, it's a measurement. They want to make it into an argument and say it's bad. That sounds very baller, but it isn't. It's not an argument. It's just a measurement. Like Dan made, like Dave McKeegan made in Antarctica for 24 hours. I'm going to have to stop doing that. But for the fact that Dave's a complete idiot and couldn't cope with his own tripod, he would have measured this angle to the sun for 24 hours, an elevation angle that is being decried when with Polaris. That forms the latitude grid when measuring off surface level. So you can deny it all you like as being a crap argument. It's not an argument. It's a flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurement.
So it's a measurement. Thank you, Nathan. The other one they got here is 69 miles per degree fallacy.
60. That's the description of the latitude system. As you back away from Polaris, with it dropping towards the horizon, it drops 1 degree, and you can call that an arbitrary distance that is made up by a man and ascribe it a value. Now, you can call it statute, you can call it nautical, but in statute terms, 69's not true? Okay, so this grid around your ball isn't true then. Back to the rock and the hard place. So you don't like the latitude grid wrapped around your glorified globe protractor? Okay, kick it to the curb then. I don't care. What's that? You want to keep the latitude grid wrapped around your ball like a giant protractor? Well, then you'll need to measure Earth flat for the 1 degree for every 69 statute miles. Because that's 1 degree of elevation of Polaris dropping towards the horizon for this arbitrary value ascribed by way of measuring it flat off surface level. That's not an argument. That's this grid that the ballers require for them to pretend that they're in hell. Now, like I say, you can pretend that you don't have it. You can pretend it's an argument. It's not. It's a measurement. The conversion creates part of the ball. that they need this measurement off a flat surface level to acquire. I don't care if they call it a bad argument. We have latitude. It is used. You do watch Polaris drop every 69 statute miles towards the horizon as you back away from it. It forms something called the latitude system. It's fundamental to a ball belief. Don't have to like it.
You're going to love this one,
I
Nathan.
know what.
Pitch data
Hang on, Neil,
from
let me-
flight
sorry,
Well,
N7.
who's saying they're bad arguments?
Are probably ballers masquerading
minute.
as flatties.
Hold on.
But listen,
Before you,
just a minute. Let me go to that 69 thing. What? Just change the 69 to 77.
Or just give it a different value
done.
and different scale and call it
Yeah, just give it
one deck
Yeah.
one deck values.
1 deck mile after you've measured an elevation angle at sea level. Solved.
And say that the 1 degree along the surface translates to 77 one decks.
Yeah, you can say what you want and do what you want after you've measured the angle using sea level.
Yeah.
I got the argument formulation so we can hear it to hear why it's a bad argument.
Is it just them saying it's a bad argument, or do they actually qualify why?
yeah, it just, I'm just reading a list. Like the next one says pitch data from flight N773UA proves flat Earth.
Well, any flight data proves flat Earth. Flights are in straight and level flight. Measured off sea level. So what's the argument? What's wrong with it other than nothing? Because you're just measuring Earth flat off sea level?
Yeah, see, that's not an argument either. That's just raw data.
Yeah, it's just measurements. Correct.
The flight of a the flight of a plane, any flight, right?
But you can
So
just
they're
say,
claiming that that's bad.
saying that's a bad argument isn't explaining why it's a bad argument. That's John's point. What about it isn't good? I say we measure Earth flat from sea level with the altitude, pitch up with respect to horizontal when in straight and level flight, measured off sea level. Those are all statements of absolute fact. Nobody can dispute them.
Mm.
How
Yeah,
is
I
that an
agree.
argument?
It's
Not an argument, no. Not arguing that they must be in straight and level. No, they are in straight and level flight. Like when the flight controller says ascend to flight level X. That's not me making that up. That's just how it is.
Oh, I get it. I get it. If it doesn't invite an argument, it's a bad argument.
That makes sense. Now that I can get behind. What they're saying is, when we point out Earth is measured flat, there isn't an argument, therefore bad. I see. You want to have arguments. Okay. Well, Earth's measured flat regardless of if you argue and ignore how flat you're measuring Earth in the arguments you have, but I just stop when we measure Earth flat. Like Simon Dan measuring Earth flat. Quote, we don't only measure Earth flat. Yeah, but he measures Earth flat 1,000 times, doesn't he? So what, should I ignore that? Because it's not a good argument. No, Dan measuring Earth flat 1,000 times isn't a good argument. It's just him measuring Earth flat 1,000 times and then disclaiming that we don't only measure Earth flat. No, you do. You only measured Earth flat, Dan. So what, is that an argument? No, it's just Dan only measuring Earth flat. Simple as.
So I pretty much basically answered him by saying, nah, over here, we just say Earth is measured flat because it is. So he says, now you reaffirm your echo chamber by hand waving those points. So what Nathan did was not hand wave. He just pointed out that they're not arguments. They're just facts of the matter.
Yeah.
You know
Tell,
what?
tell me they're not in straight and level flight. Oh, you want to have an argument about straight and level? Why? Do you think that's disputable? What about sea level? You don't like sea level. You want to tell me that sea level's not level because in the filing cabinet it says sea level's actually curved. No, it won't be parallel anymore. So your claim to be argument defies the axiomatic principles of the measurements that I am not appealing to as an argument. They're statements of absolute fact. Earth's measured flat. No getting away from it. Don't have to like it. It does end your need to have an argument immediately. Now, you can moan at me all you like. Because for many years I've been told, why aren't you proving Earth's flat? And the second I do, you go, why aren't you having an argument? Because I don't need to. I've proved it's flat with measurements. That's the end of the discussion. There's no argument to have.
Yeah, that's a
Hey,
troubling
Neil.
thing for years, right? There was no, where's the proof? Where's the proof? Then you get the proof, and both flat earthers and ballers are saying, what are you saying? It's measured flat. You're ending the argument too quick. And you can't please anybody these days.
Yeah, you can please some
Neil,
of the
is
people
he-
some of the
is he-
time. You can't please all of the people all of the time. Meanwhile, Earth's still measured flat for everyone always and without exception.
Just saying to Neil, is he two lists, Neil? Is he a bad flat Earth arguments and good flat Earth arguments? Have you got one of the good list by any chance?
Did the same group of good point? Did the same group of people say, well, you shouldn't be talking about pitch data because there's no argument, therefore bad argument? Because a good argument would be one you argue about. Did they provide good arguments? And I'm almost willing to bet £1 right away that if there is any suggestions of quote-unquote good arguments, like when ballers assert that they've got a globe proof, it will ultimately start with a flat Earth prerequisite measurement. Let's see if I'm right. Or they don't provide any.
No, they don't. They don't provide any because this is under the guise that they're weeding out all the bad flat Earth
I
arguments.
see. So their only ambition is to remove flat Earth prerequisite descriptions of measurements of surface level and call them bad arguments. I see. This sounds like it's only serving one individual or one type of individual. Ballers who want to have an argument. Ideally, ignoring that they need to measure Earth flat because that would end the argument, therefore bad argument. Yeah, I can agree. Yeah, it is a bad argument to suggest that flat Earth measurements can be argued about. They can't. And now that's simultaneously what I'm being moaned about, but that makes me smile from ear to ear. Oh,
like this one.
bless.
You're like 23. Elevation profile diagrams as flat Earth proof. Bad argument.
Sorry, elevation profiles with horizontal linear distances. They're just measurements. So in Google Earth Pro, that's what's used by people when they're building stuff. They reference Google Earth Pro with elevation profiles to find out how high or low they are with respect to sea level. So what, that's not good? Okay, toss it out then. Don't use it for building things. I don't care.
It's how all maps are mapped.
Exactly. Don't use the maps then. Oh, well, we want to use the maps and the horizontal distances and the horizontal scales. We just don't think that's a good argument. No, it isn't. It's not an argument. It's just how Earth gets measured flat for everyone always and without exception. So, no, you could say that's a bad argument, but there isn't an argument. A lot of the people watching don't appreciate this yet. There never was an argument. The game was making it seem like there's an argument. And saying we're going to weed out the good and bad arguments is playing into that scenario where there's an argument to have and there's good ones and bad ones. There wasn't ever an argument. There isn't an argument. Earth is only measured flat.
That's correct. You want to hear another one?
Just shout out to Michael Kahn for joining as a penguin.
What's up, Michael? Refraction alters apparent horizon.
Apparent
Say that again.
horizon. Go ahead, whoever that was.
I was just saying, say it again, I missed it.
Refraction alters apparent horizon.
A horizon.
That is a bad argument. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'll agree with that. But where's the measurements of anything? Where's the descriptions of anything? What does it prove if you say refraction and horizon in the same sentence? Okay, what does that prove?
I don't know. They just give me a list. There's one that says, the globe model claims Kansas is horizontal.
No, that's defying the principle of what a globe is. You don't have horizontal on a globe.
There is no globe model either, so I would say that's a bad argument.
This is definitely a bad one. Number 29. Debunk the globe by pouring water on a ball. I'll agree with that. That is retarded.
Well, that's
But
Dell.
is it?
So they're saying Dell's
Is it?
retarded. Okay, I mean, go take it up with Dell. Nobody here's done that. In terms of what water does when you utilise its principles that are useful, It's the fact that it finds and maintains level. That's what it's useful for. In building things. But yeah, okay, I'm starting to warm up to whoever's done this. These are crap arguments.
Here's one. AE map surface radius debunks globe volume radius.
What?
The AE map surface radius debunks globe volume radius.
I don't even know what that means. The map is not the terrain, that's a reification fallacy. Meanwhile, the radius that's measured for the latitude system requires a flat planar surface be measured. So you need to measure Earth flat to develop these reified maps and models. But the map is not the terrain.
That's correct.
To create the map, you still need to survey the terrain so that you can use things like rise over run and sea level as a measured average to describe how high or low the land is with respect to that said average, horizontally, so that you can apply a scale to a flat map and give you horizontal distance measurements. That's why all maps are flat.
I mean, just going. If I was going to write a list just with two good flat Earth arguments, we'll say, one would be Eratosthenes, and two would be Al-Biruni.
If you want hostile witnesses, you can utilise those as flat Earth prerequisites in terms of what they measure, though. If you want to utilise Al-Biruni or Eratosthenes as globe Earth arguments, then, like I would suggest at the beginning of this show and have suggested, when someone puts that to me, I point out that Al-Biruni measures Earth flat for the height of the mountain, and he needs and requires axiomatically parallel surface level and eye level. So he requires Earth to be flat. Same goes for Eratosthenes. If you're going to measure an elevation angle measurement with shadows or a well, then you need the axioms to hold true for that to be called a measurement. Again, you can kick it to the curb. I don't care. If you want to call it an argument, again, I don't care. You can ignore the measurements. Suggest that you argue about the calculations after the fact. But it won't alter what is actually being measured, will it?
Nope.
So Earth measured flat. Again, feel free to moan at me that I'm ending the argument that there isn't when I point out that Earth got measured flat, though, didn't it? So who cares? You want me to argue and ignore that we're measuring Earth flat? You want me to accept that you use flat Earth measurement? No, I'm not going to do that. Just point out that it's measured flat by you as well. You need it to be flat. That's how it's measured for you to believe in a ball.
Number 11 says, all maps are flat. Proves flat Earth.
No, all maps are flat, and they're created by measuring the surface. People use maps in a practical way, and the distance on them is horizontal and linear. Those are facts. Now, again, I don't mind if you don't like maps and don't want to use maps. That's fine. No worries. What about GPS? You've got a sat-nav? That's Cartesian. It's flat. You don't like that? Well, then don't use GPS. I don't care. Does it alter how it functions? No, it doesn't. You're going to need a flat plane for that system to function, and it does function. You do use it. You can deny it. I don't care. Kick it out. Chuck your sat-nav out the car window, scrumple up your map and say, no! Okay. Good for you. Well done. The maps are still referencing the terrain that's been measured, though, aren't they? With rise over run being the measurement for the altitudes and depressions in the land with respect to the surface level, that's sea level, measured as an average. Those are facts of Earth measurement. It's flat. You don't have to like it. Chuck your map away then. I don't care.
You can throw it away, join the Amish, and they'll still use a flat plane.
Yeah. Like I say, it doesn't matter to me that you don't like these arguments because they're not arguments. Well, then don't use them. But we'll still use maps. They'll still be flat. Saying it's a flat Earth proof. No. Earth is measured flat for the map. You don't have to like it. I'm not suggesting that's an argument. That's a statement of absolute fact. It seems like all the statements of fact that they don't like, they've bundled into a list and called arguments to say they don't like them. Oh, right, okay. So what, we're going to all stop using maps because you don't like how flat Earth is? Okay, well, you can do that if you like. Good for you. Well done.
Number, what number is this? Number 18. Flat horizon at 120,000 feet. Bad argument.
I mean, again, that's not an argument. That a statement of fact in terms of what a horizon is.
Captain Cook's 60,000-mile voyage proves a map. I'll agree with that. Bad argument.
Does it? I don't know. Was
I
he
don't
trying
even
to?
know if
Was that?
Captain
Sorry,
Cook
am I
existed.
missing something? Was Cook trying to validate the AE map?
Who's
I don't
next?
know.
Admiral Byrd.
Admiral Byrd trying to validate the AE map? Were any of these people trying to validate a map? Did Cook travel in a direction? Would he have used maps and mapping to move around?
Of course.
Would he use a compass?
I would
He
hope
used the
so.
sextant.
A sextant? Yeah, that's where I was going next. So he's using tools that measure Earth flat and describe Earth as flat and give horizontal directionality. So what, you want to deny it because he's not validating azimuthal equidistant North Pole centric globe projection? No, probably wasn't. But he did definitely navigate flat though, didn't he? He had to. There's no other way to describe north, south, east and west. Now you can, like on this diagram here, describe those directions on a flat extended celestial plane and then call the globe a giant protractor wrapped around your position at the centre of it and suggest that the sky you've measured for the system to create the map to call the globe wrapped around you from the centre of hell functions. But you're just using a flat plane to create a system to wrap around you and call a map that you now suggest explains the world. You still need to measure Earth flat to achieve it. North, south, east and west will still be flat. And that's the only way they're ever described, exactly as they are described in all the diagrams ever. You can't describe north, south, east and west any other way. Go and buy a compass.
Yes, directionality. Here's one. You can zoom boats back in.
You can. So what's that got to do with anything? What the hell? You can.
Bad argument, flat earther.
It's not an argument. That's a statement of fact. You can zoom boats back in. Sorry, yes, that's true. And... But maybe if we're describing the Rayleigh criterion and diffraction limits, then you'll quote conspiracy cats, now culture cats. I'll give you a flat earth for that. End quote. Culture cats, formerly conspiracy cats. Why? Well, he's describing the diffraction limit. With perspective, you'll need a flat earth for that. I'll give you a flat earth for that. End quote, cats. Yeah, you need to measure Earth flat for it, don't you? For the diffraction limit, calculable and describable when you're describing how lenses can make boats come back if you zoom in on them. Yeah, that's a diffraction limit overcome. The mathematics are flat. Hence cats saying, I'll give you a flat earth for it, because there's no other way of doing it. And the moment you do appeal to that so-called argument, no, it's just a description of perspective measurement with a diffraction limit. I'll give you a flat earth for that. Yeah, because it doesn't come into an argument. You just require Earth to be flat to describe it, like cats required it to be flat, just before he ran away.
Yeah, he had to give it to us. He had no choice. Here's one you might like. I never heard this before. Sky color from electrical fields and noble gases.
Number one, I'm colourblind. Number two, I've never made that position a flat Earth prerequisite because I don't know what the hell it even means. And number three, if that's being put as an argument for a flat Earth, then I will agree. Suggesting that the colour of the sky is done through noble gases might or might not be true. I don't know. I've not validated it through the scientific method, but does that prove a flat Earth? No, but you don't need to. It's measured flat. It's not an argument that you would put forth because you don't need to be having these arguments. If you are, you're a numpty. It's a bit like discussing 9/11 truth and vaccines. Those sorts of things are what flat earthers are given to make them seem like idiots, rather than pointing out how Earth is measured. Obviously, if you do just point out Earth's measured flat, you might get moaned at that you're not having an argument. No, there isn't one. There never was.
Number 21. Crepuscular rays proving local sun.
I don't know how far the sun is. It's one of the housekeeping questions. What I do know is that we measure Earth flat with the sun. like Simon Dan did. I'll give you a little quote. We don't only measure Earth flat, Simon Dan. Well, why would he say such a thing? Because he's measuring the sun with an elevation angle. Elevation means off the surface, angle means two straight lines. He's measuring the surface level. It's part of the measurement. So 1,000 times over, Simon Dan only measured Earth flat. What's that? You don't know how far away the sun is? Okay. We still measure it flat, though, don't we? Simon Dan did it 1,000 times, and then had to disclaim about how he doesn't only measure Earth flat. Well, then don't only measure Earth flat, Dan.
You're like this one, Nathan. Number 9. You know, 9 is an
Number
important
9?
number, Brian. Vatican invented the globe.
Who what?
The Vatican invented the globe. That's the Roman Catholic Church.
What's that got to do with a bad flat Earth argument?
Whether or not they were Jesuit priests that came up with the Copernican model. Copernicus. Who cares? Who cares? It's literally irrelevant. Would it matter if they were Muslim? Who cares? I would imagine Al-Biruni was a Muslim. So does that mean that it's relevant?
No. Number 6, NASA government documents admit flat Earth.
Who cares? They describe heights off surface level when they raise in altitude in their little rockets that they're pretending to go into a sky vacuum. They need a flat Earth measurement when they describe the heights. So what, NASA documents say Earth's flat? Well, okay, so when they describe a situation and scenario where a craft is flying over a flat and level plane, end quote, NASA, that doesn't prove Earth's flat. No, it doesn't. Like going to NTSB documents and saying gyros don't do what they do doesn't prove that gyros don't do what they do. It's just a document. But measurements are empirical if you're measuring them, and you can demonstrate that they axiomatically require Earth to be a flat surface when you make the measurement, because you rely on it. That's what proves Earth's flat, not NASA documents saying it's flat. That's like appealing to a hostile witness that you're trying to debunk. It's like, well, we say NASA are lying about going to the moon, but they also say that the moon rings like a bell if you hit something with it. You're like, so your hostile witness is good to suggest that the moon will ring like a bell, but also garbage when they say they go to outer space, a sky vacuum that violates the law of nature known as entropy. No, they're lying. They aren't going through a sky vacuum. We'd all be dead. We'd have no gas to breathe. Shout out to Quantum Eraser.
Got out retracted. Number 32. Dielectric constant replaces gravitation.
Oh, I've got a problem with my stream. It's saying I've got no stream, whirly whirl. Stream's health rate is declining. Lower bit rate. Oh, it's back. Got some live stream issues. I might round out this live stream in a second. What was your last one, Neil? That'll be the last one because I'm having stream issues.
Dielectric constant replaces gravitation.
Sounds like Witzit's garbage. Nonsense waffle about ether. We don't claim that. Who cares? It's, again, a feast of nonsense way of making flat earthers talk about stupidness, like mud floods and Tartaria and ether, all garbage that's designed to make you look like an idiot. So, I mean, again, I can only agree. Would you disagree that this claim to be argument that doesn't have anything to do with the flat earth makes flat earthers look stupid? Yeah, I'd say that. Therefore, crap argument. Fine.
Yep.
Any more before I round out this stream while I've got a stream warning? Stream current bitrate 2208. That's pretty good.
Well, I noticed the guy that put this, he was part of the list, is in the Discord server. Why don't you speak up, Lotrect? Was that you? I don't know, because I'm just reading a list.
Got my lights on. I'm going to round out. Did you want to add something? Is it Lotrect? Clearly not. With that, I'll say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow.
Nathan gets back. Somebody said to me that he's been going on 24/7 before, when he was still going into politics, claiming that it was his book, like in a joking manner.
Oh, well, that almost makes it so.
Yeah, that list, there was some crap on there, but I mean, I don't know why they've got the celestial navigation. That's how can you say that's a bad flat Earth proof? Pitch data, raw pitch data. I mean, the map one, yeah, maps are flat, but then you can get into how maps were created and how they was measured in the first instance at sea level and Polaris, measuring latitude. So it can lead on, go back to that and lead on to it. You're not just going to say, yeah, I've said, maps are flat in discussions with people, but then you'd drill into that a little bit more, wouldn't you? You know what I mean? But yeah, it's a lot of that. There was some crap on there, but why that guy, Lockwick, whatever he's called, has put the celestial navigation on there, I'll never know. I'd like him to come in here and explain how that isn't a good flat Earth proof.
Well, he's here. See, he's here because he's the one that said, now you reaffirm your echo chamber by hand waving those points away. There was no hand waving. We just demonstrated to you that they're not arguments. They're just facts of the matter when it comes to measurements, when it comes to pitch data, when it comes to elevation angles, when it comes to maps. So now he sends a message at work and you wouldn't listen anyway.
Sorry, wasn't he not
path.
just accusing us of being in an echo chamber? He's been invited to respond, and his response while in a live stream voice chat is, I can't talk.
Yeah, and he's at work, and you wouldn't listen anyway, like the flight path.
We just listened.
Gyro.
We listened to all of them. We just went through them one by one. What's he talking about? So he's just casting aspersions. That's outrageous, Lotch Wrecked. We've gone through what you've put down, every single point. You didn't even have to open your mouth for us to do it. But you're going to call us being an echo. You're in here, not responding to us. Are you going to bugger off to some echo chamber where nobody challenges what you say? Because we've just gone through everything you did and now you won't talk to us because you're at work. Then why are you in a voice chat?
Well, Nathan, hold on. Maybe he is at work because he is explaining.
No. Why is he in a
voice?
voice chat then? It's a voice chat. He's calling it an echo chamber. We've gone through what he had to say. He didn't have to open his mouth, but now he's not opening his mouth whilst casting aspersions about it being an echo chamber. Oh, what? The echo is the Earth's measured flat. What say you? Silence. Scumbag, this is not an echo chamber. You're in here.
Oh,
I mean,
hold on. It's the shouting. That's what it is. I've heard you shouting.
Scumbag! You're invited to respond. You don't like me shouting at you. That doesn't sound like an echo chamber. It just sounds like you don't like being shouted at when you're wrong. I will shout at you. You've accused me of having an echo chamber. You fundamentally disagree, and we've contrasted your disagreement with facts and measurements. So yeah, I'll shout at you. That doesn't make it an echo chamber. It just makes you a clown.
Not only that, Nathan. I mean, just without if he's got that point that the celestial navigation isn't a good point to prove that the surface of Earth is being used to obtain elevation angles at sea level, then just come on. No one's going to bite your head off, mate. Just explain. I'm interested to know how you're thinking that isn't happening.
I will. If somebody
it.
casts aspersions like echo chamber, no, the door's open daily. What they mean is they don't like that I control my show and would prefer that I was under their control. Well, that's okay. You can pay me, and then I'll sit through your garbage waffle where you mute me. No worries, just have to pay me and I'll go to your platform where it's biased towards your side of the argument. Are we biased? No, we use your measurements. The ones you rely on to believe you're on a ball. Do you think that's biased? No, we're using your measurements. The ones you need. That's not bias. We're very much accommodating your measurements you need to believe you're on a ball. They're all flat. There's no exception. What's that? I don't seem to wear anything.
Well, Nathan, he's going to hang himself here. Why don't you let him hang himself? Gyro shows 0 degree relative to its plumb, so the horizontal changes slightly during flight.
That's a contradiction in terms. That's defying the axiomatic principle of a gyro. Rigid in space, muppet. You want to get shouted at? Do you deny that gyros remain rigid in space? That's what's useful about a gyro. But you're saying, well, they drift. Well, do you want to show me a measurement of that?
They can't. Think about it. why would the pitch change? It would be set in a way so it already adjusts for the turning around the curve. Otherwise, the flight path would be a zigzag.
So it's defying the axiomatic principle of a gyro then. Not rigid in space, tracking with a curve. No. Gyros don't track curves. They remain rigid in space. That's what's useful about them. Idiot! You're getting shouted at. Are you going to respond or tell me that I'm echoing when I contradict you and your nonsense that gyros don't remain rigid in space? They do. That's what's useful about them. That's why you're getting shouted at for being an idiot. You're stating nonsense that's incorrect. Like gyros move around a globe. No, they don't. They remain rigid in space. That's what's useful about them. What say you, coward? You're getting shouted at, coward. Oh, you're at work? Can't talk in a VC? Why are you here? Oh, because you can be. Thought it was an echo chamber. That means other people who can't contradict us don't get to be here. You are here, though, aren't you? You're just not opening your cowardly mouth. What's that? You're scared of being shouted at? Don't be so wrong. Don't contradict what gyros do and you won't get shouted at.
Yeah,
so we're clear. The ballers are cowards. It's not that it's an echo chamber. They can come in. The doors are open daily. They're just cowards.
Yeah, they just want to say it's an echo chamber because they're scared to come in. And then they want to use the fact that you're shouting. Oh, it's all the same thing. Oh, is the, what do you call it, the boycott still in effect?
It doesn't seem to be boycotting him. He's here. Just hasn't opened his trap in a voice chat that he's joined. So he's not here to talk. It's not a listen chat. Idiot. You understand it's not a listening chat? No response? Oh, maybe it's an echo chamber. You utter coward. Yeah, I'll shout at you. You've cast aspersions about my show being an echo chamber when you're in it. Not talking like a coward. Suggesting that you're in a voice chat at work. Well, why are you at work and in a voice chat? Just sack him.
Neil, I was under the impression this list was from flat earthers saying we shouldn't use these so-called arguments. Is the guy we're talking about a flat earther saying, you know, we shouldn't be using these because it's embarrassing and it doesn't really prove it? Or is he a glober? I don't know. I thought he was a flat earther.
He's run away. He's run away like an abject coward. I thought it was an echo chamber. He came in to a voice chat not to talk and then ran away the moment we challenged him. Like an abject coward. So it's not that it's an echo chamber. It's that we've got cowards amongst us in this open arena that I control.
Let's get one thing straight. We couldn't give a crap, lot wrecked. The only reason we're asking you to come in is because you joined the voice server and you're not given anything for your accusation that we're an echo chamber. We don't care if you disappear. Goodbye.
Him being here defies the fact that he's suggesting it's an echo chamber. He could pipe up, but now he's got an excuse. Well, it's not that it's an echo chamber that I'm allowed in, that all of your voices echo around. I'm here. It's just I don't want my voice heard, so I'm going to run away. So it's like, don't cast aspersions and you won't get shouted at. It's just that simple.
Yeah, he said that. Why I said that was because he said these poor attempts at baiting me into talking. Hilarious. No, you joined this freaking voice chat.
So it's not that it's an echo chamber. We're now trying to get him to talk. How the hell can he have the gall to call it an echo chamber when we're encouraging him to talk? What an idiot.
I mean, he's obviously thought about that list. So as we've responded to the points of the list, he should be able to come back with, you know, well, no, guys, I've thought this through a lot. I've looked into the celestial navigation and elevation angles at sea level. Yeah. And this is what I can tell you. This is why I don't think it should be on the list, and give his reasons why. And we'll listen to them reasons.
Yeah, so I think they came from a guy named Master Yoda because he's the guy that said there was some kind of change going on in the politics server. Those guys are trying to weed out the poor, stupid flat earth arguments. This comes from a flat earth guy, Master Yoda. So I guess all of those come from the Master Yoda guy.
Backseat, did you want to add something?
Master Yoda's a stone cold retard. Sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but that kid's an idiot. Did you say the list came from Master Yoda? Like those were all his proofs that he thought were good, or?
That's what it says.
I mean,
That's what
those are the
guy
arguments he
Locke
doesn't
says.
like. Yeah.
It makes perfect sense then.
Yeah.
Dude was auto hoaxing the North Pole the other day. That kid's a moron.
Yeah, he sounds like your average standard run-of-the-mill idiot flat earther, if that's what he is. When what's his argument? Well, the North Pole's not real. Okay, no worries. It's not like we've got this pole star that's fundamental to globe belief after measuring Earth flat with it, like depicted on screen now. It's not like this has come out of it. It's just automatically fake. Ultimately also responsible for descriptions of 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles or 69 statute miles that we do use when mapping the territory with flat Earth elevation angles to the North Star, otherwise known as the Pole Star. But why it's just fake? Yeah, okay, bye, dickhead. Well, that was fun.
Yeah, it filled in the gaps. It's always good to know how other people are thinking, isn't it?
I guess so.
Neil, when you were in politics last night, were you there when Brenda popped in and started talking about elevation angles? I can't remember if that was
No.
that may have been right after you left.
No, she said hi to me. They shut her up, and then she immediately sent me a message. I would love to debate you. I'll crush you. I said the debate is over. It's never been a debate. Where's the point of contention?
Yeah, because she started talking about elevation angles and circles of equal altitude.
Welcome to
So
Flat
I
Earth.
started, I started having the discussion with her. And, I just lay it down how, like, what a circle of equal elevation is. And, it doesn't matter if you use Polaris, you can use any star to get a circle of equal elevation as long as that star stays equidistant, blah, blah, blah. I get muted, and then someone else takes over and starts screaming at her about refraction. And it's just it's so irritating. Like, I don't get why, I don't get why people have such an issue with the elevation angle points. Like, it's
It might be that they just don't want to hear from Brenda.
No. They continue the conversation with Brenda. For some reason, start bringing refraction into the argument. I'm the one that got muted when it was me and Brenda having the discussion anyway.
Neil, you were there, right?
I left at that time, but as soon as Crick came in and started accusing Nathan of using the N-word, and if the book is released, it's going to look bad on flat earthers because a prominent flat earther has used that word, and they'll use it to their advantage. I don't need to hear that. We all know why Nathan said what he said.
The part of the context that's missing is when I muted Brenda the moment she came in and I heard her voice, because you and I were still talking. But I guess context never really matters.
Eli, but Vax, what I'm saying is, if Vax is talking about elevation angles, why do they want to move away from it?
He's not. I talk about them all day. So
Okay.
where are they not being? So again, like this idea that, I don't know, maybe people just don't like talking about it. Who, me? No. Ridiculous. Who,
Yeah, and you
Jedi?
can't-
No.
I didn't say
Ridiculous.
you. I didn't say Jedi.
Yeah, but you can't hold the whole.
Elevation angles are brought up and talked about all day long.
Yeah, you can't hold the whole server because somebody said, let's talk about
I
refraction.
didn't.
That's Eli's point.
No, all I said was that Brenda's the one that brought up circles of equal altitude. So I started talking to her about that. I get muted, and then the conversation changes to refraction and how the radius of Earth now grows to over 200,000 miles. That's
okay. Prove it. Get a clip.
I'm not blaming anybody. I don't know who you muted me.
I said get a clip, and I'll vouch for you. If that's exactly
Dude, you
what
were
happened,
there. Holy shit! What you dropped on your
No
head,
swearing.
it just happened like 9 hours ago.
Both of you, right? Just before
Sorry.
before we carry on, right? Both of you take a breath. Let's have no swearing.
What do you mean, both of you? I just
No,
all I
as in
said
both
was,
you, as
get
in
a
both you
clip-
just hold your tongues while I say that. I didn't mean any aspersions against you, Eli. Just can you just not talk while I'm talking? You weren't, but just hold your tongue while I say please don't swear. Not meaning that you have, Eli. Vaxi, I'm referring to. But I needed clear air to say that.
No, I'm a little slow, and we all knew that. So, but anyway,
A little.
so you get it right, Neil. Anyway, yeah, the bottom line is like, yo, you don't never say nothing positive. That's my deal. Like, you could have easily picked a moment someone did say, oh, they were talking about elevation eggs, that's fine. But you speak as like it doesn't exist. Like every time you open your mouth, even if it's even about Brenda, you're like, well, I got muted over there for just trying to speak about circles of equal altitude, and they wanted to talk about refraction. None. Like, that's not how. If that's how it went, like I said, I don't have any argument for you. Just get a clip, post it, and I'll vouch for you. If not, all right, well, you said what you said. You got muted. Whether that's true or not, the reason that you've given, I guess we'll never know unless you actually provide support for what you claim happened.
Eli, you were literally there. This happened just last night. Like,
And
it
that's
couldn't have
why,
even been
okay,
that late.
but
It had
was
to have been
everyone else
around 8
on the show
o'clock.
there? Was everyone else on the show there?
Yeah, it was literally
No.
it was like 5 minutes after Neil left.
Everyone here on this show wasn't on the show last night. So whilst you're talking about what you're talking about, and I'm saying, well, this happened, all you have to do is say, well, here's a clip or here's a timestamp for anybody who cares. And like I said, I would vouch for you if that was the case. You saying, you were there. Okay, everyone we're talking to right now, they weren't there. And you're trying to
No, but you
relay
were.
something to them. So I'm also relaying something to them. Actually, we talked about elevation angles all day. It's just when Vaxwax or Brenda comes in, I have a tendency to mute them immediately.
Listen, I mean, if I got muted, that's whatever. It was just irritating because I was just about to get Brenda to define what an elevation angle is. As soon as she was about to, I noticed my mic got muted, and then somebody else started talking about refraction in the circumference of Earth growing to
You
200,000
said that already,
miles.
but we don't know that that's true.
Yeah.
You said it already, though. It's already on record. You said it.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So,
Okay, Eli. Yeah.
Well, it's the angle between like a luminary in the sky and the ever so slightly curved horizontal line the observer's standing on, obviously.
What a scooch. All right,
Joking
Eli,
aside,
answer me.
right?
Answer.
I don't think it's
Sorry.
unreasonable. I just want to direct this to Eli. Is it not unreasonable that he's annoyed that he didn't get his opponent Brenda in this instance to define the elevation angle? He's not allowed to be annoyed at that.
I don't know that that's what happened. That's
Fair
my
enough.
point.
No, I got your point too. Fair enough. That's what I was going to ask you next. Fair enough.
Thank you.
Well, what we can clear up, Eli, is that whole thing with AI and the pitch data. So can you clear that up, please? Because I really didn't understand. You were saying that when people come in and misuse it as flat earthers, that he holds them to task?
Yeah, I said that's typically what he does, yeah.
See, I was under the impression
Like
even when Brian went over it
he's an
himself.
extreme devil's advocate.
Hold on one
I
second.
know I made that up.
Hold on, Vaxwax, 1 second. Because Jedi came in and asked me if I had heard AI's point about pitch data, and maybe I would rethink using it. Something to that effect.
You would rethink what you've heard about what he said, unless you've actually heard it from him. I think that's what Jedi said.
Yeah, but it sounded to me like what Jedi was saying was you'd hold off on using the pitch data, that's not
Did
an
he
argument.
specifically
It's just,
say you would hold off on arguing pitch data if you heard what AI had to say? Because I'm not holding off on it. It's just when AI tried to critique me, he was satisfied with my conclusion. So if he's
okay.
not satisfied with other people's conclusions, that's not my problem.
Okay, so then I took it the wrong way. That's fine.
You know what? And this just came to me. I remember, and I haven't heard AI or anybody really outside of Brian and some people here talk about pitch data in the longest time. I do remember. I want to say it was when Nathan was doing his show in the politics server on Fridays about a year ago. Pitch data was kind of the new hotness at the moment, stealing Eli's term. Like it was, it was a fresh argument. Well, you know what I mean.
That's chocolate.
And then,
Get the
oh
black
my
guys
bad,
right.
you guys sound very similar.
I know
Anyway,
it. I know it.
oh, what, you think we all look alike? No. AI, I remember AI specifically saying that the pitch data itself is a non-point, and that's not even the correct thing to argue. That you're supposed to argue for the attitude data. I remember that clearly. But when he did go over why he didn't like pitch data, he would say the exact same thing a Glover would say: how the airplane is always flying like if you have a plumb bob on the airplane, that plumb bob will start diverging, even though you'll never see it. That seems like what he was getting at, and it was a total Glover response to the argument.
Yeah,
like
so he's playing devil's
dismissing it.
advocate for the Glober, but he's defying the axiomatic principle of what a gyro provides in useful nature when practically applied to a flight. So if you say that the pitch isn't accurately defined with respect to horizontal, it is, we've got the raw data. But if you say it isn't, well, why isn't it? Well, because the gyro is moving perpendicular to a curve, which is a misnomer in and of itself, and defies what a gyro does. Now, if he puts that across and then says, yeah, but the attitude indicator shows the height off surface level, and I would prefer to use that, you're like, well, either or, who cares? But maybe it is because Brian likes to use pitch and he doesn't like Brian. Who knows? Who cares? He has to defy what an axiomatic principle of a gyroscope does in order to make that assertion. Now, he's not here to defend himself, so can we just stop talking about AI? Jolly good.
No, that's totally fine.
I'm glad we cleared that up.
Yeah, me too. Let's say something. I can't think what I was saying then. Yeah, the if it's flat and it's measured like that.
When you got nothing to say, when you can't think of what you need to say, that's something that'll always work, right? One deck. Listen, I forgot what I was going to say, but Earth is measured flat, and it's always been like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, it'll start up a conversation or a fight,
Let's go, Nathan. Stop holding back.
What do you mean? What do you mean holding back? I'm not holding back.
Holding back the years. Talking about maps, I was watching a clip the other day. It was some guy out in the woods explaining how to use a compass, and it was very interesting because you've always got to have it sort of horizontal, parallel above the surface level, was his words, and you got to have the arrow straight out in front of you, so your line of sight while you're navigating the surface of Earth. So it is you use the compass horizontally. And in parallel to the reference of the ground. which is so. And then when you put it on the map, obviously the map's going to be flat and horizontal. When you're plotting your trig points along the way to find out where you are, where you're going. So yeah, compasses do prove the Earth is flat. And all the navigators knew that.
Yeah, Adam.
I was just coming to say, hey, what's going on? Sorry I ain't been around much. I really felt that I had little to offer, so I've been just hanging back. But I'm there every day on the show on YouTube. Just saying, hey.
Hey. Good to have you.
Good to have you.
No, you've said that once before, and I told you have a lot to offer. Just being there on a panel. You don't always have to say something. I mean, don't feel like you have to put something in.
I completely disagree. You should offer something more than silence. But you just have, so you've covered that. I was just being facetious, by the way, Adam. You're very much welcome. You don't have to justify what you do or don't do. Unless you've produced a list and then you ignore what we respond to it with and then say you're at work. Call us an echo chamber, then you're going to get shouted at.
I'm going to put a list together of everything we've been called.
And how none of them address how Earth is measured flat.
Exactly.
Very good.
But make no
Somebody
bones
should
about
put,
it.
a Glober should put like a list of 30 words together that can only be used when they're describing how Earth curve is measured. And I bet it'll be the same as mine.
No, Tim Osmond put a list together, remember? Tim Osmond had a beautiful list.
Indeed.
Yeah, so it's been good not doing a video. I think I enjoyed that chat anyway in the live show. It was good. Just you get onto a few things. I think it's good because we're pausing over some of the pictures that come up with the elevation angles and sort of explaining them a bit more in detail and slowly, rather than have like someone like Simon Dan going on something, and we're immediately cutting him off and shouting at him. And I don't think the audience understands what we're saying in that way, where if we're just pointing out what we're talking about and explaining that, the sun and the elevation angle when that comes up, and then the example of how they use the center of the globe, and that can't be possible. And this is what they're using. It's like a protractor and stuff like that. So I think it's good that we're just going over it that way at the moment, slowly and clearly.
Yes. I agree. Like I say, the last few shows, I don't know if today's will get high praise. Obviously, I don't know till after the fact when they get a few comments or people messaging me. But certainly the last couple of shows, or 2 or 3 shows, have had high praise.
I think that's why. Well, we did do a few, but I think there's some of the. I had an intention of, well, not my intention. I spoke to you about it, Nathan, doing videos rather than Simon Dan and all that, getting some like somebody using a compass in the woods. How would they use it? The surveying one we did, and just going slowly through what they're explaining rather than. And I think we have chewed their heads off sometimes, saying start and then bringing Simon Dan into it and Dave Triangles McKeegan. But we should just be concentrating maybe on what the actual surveyor's saying and pointing out, well, this is correct. This is what's happening. I think that level flight video was good as well, just with that small aeroplane. Did you say Paul has flew a plane? Sorry,
my
like
wife.
that.
Yeah, she had a pilot's license. It's obviously out of date now.
Yeah. Look, Yeah, but that was good one that because it was showing, people are saying about pitch data and don't use it showed that it was clearly showing you what to look for out the windows. You're using the horizon, which is referencing the surface of Earth, to stay in straight and level flight. So you're utilizing the surface of Earth to stay straight and level flight. This is what pilots are doing, professional people, surveyors are doing.
She's gone out now, but I think
if we could.
She also did helicopters. I mean, I don't think she was qualified, but she certainly was learning how to fly helicopters when she gave it up. And again, you're going to utilize the gyroscopic principle to keep the helicopter straight and level. Again, if it's defying axiomatic principles of gyroscopic motion, helicopters are going to struggle because they rely on them.
So wait a second. She's James Bond, not you.
No, I was the one actually flying all over the world. I just wasn't at the control deck. I was sat at the back drinking cocktails like James Bond would be.
I'm sure James Bond could fly a plane and a helicopter if he had to.
I'm sure I could if I had to. Shut up, Neil.
What we're saying that Paula's Miss Moneypenny.
Yeah. And Miss Moneypenny Flyer? I thought she was a secretary.
Well, you're saying you're James Bond.
Oh, comparatively speaking. Yeah, I suppose she is. Oh, I'm so freaking tired. I'm yawning constantly.
Me too. Been on call all week, doing 24-hour call out. So that doesn't. I get some calls during the early hours for disturbance. I have broken sleep when I'm on call. You have to wake up and deal with a call of a refrigeration unit breaking down. So you'd have to. Yeah. So, but I've got I have an iPad, work iPad. So you can dial into the sites and you can have a look at the unit in question. And you've got probe readings on there. You can graph it, so you can have a quick glance at that and see what the problem might be. Then you might have to get hold of the store manager and have a chat with them about it. Do they realise there's a problem? Can you empty it till the morning? But all the time you're doing that, you're awake. It doesn't happen all the time, but it did last night about 1 o'clock in the morning. Then I couldn't get back to bloody sleep, and I've got noise going on in other rooms, and so I've not had a good sleep myself. So I'm absolutely bog-eyed today.
So you do refrigeration? Because my brother's air conditioning, he stays far away from refrigeration.
Yeah,
Surely that's
I've
the
done.
same thing.
It's the basic. The principles are the same. Yeah, but I work on supermarkets, so it's a different.
Yeah,
even
my
though
brother
it's the
hates
same.
that.
Yeah, one of my friends is air conditioning. He works for himself. He just puts. He works on it's like Mitsubishi cassettes, VRVs, stuff. He's mainly installation. He loves it. Mm.
Yeah, it seems like the air conditioning guys that strictly work on, like, say, the mini split units and installations and, maintenances, they cannot stand refrigeration. My brother doesn't want to go near refrigeration.
It's one of them. There's so many avenues within that refrigeration air conditioning industry. It depends which sort of branch you fall into. It's like the you've seen the big supermarket trucks. They're all refrigerated. I wouldn't, even though that's a refrigerated unit, if you put me in front of one of them, I wouldn't have a clue what I was doing, probably, to a certain extent. What it's a totally different setup. So you just get used to what sort of equipment and you're working on. And so I got I just ended up going down that avenue for whatever reasons and ended up working in supermarkets mainly, commercial refrigeration, packs, condensing units, cold rooms, freezer cold rooms, that sort of stuff.
They're both knackered.
Yeah, refrigeration. Oh, sorry.
I'm just agreeing. Go ahead,
That used to be that used to be one of my piece of nonsense proofs from like 3 years ago. Like, with HVAC, the pipes and stuff, and like air conditioners and all that will have pressure gradients inside the containers.
Well, it
No,
is to a
but
certain
that,
extent. It
those
is to a
are
certain
good.
extent. Yeah, it does involve like thermodynamics, and because heat travels to a cooler place. So you've got in the supermarket, you've got your evaporator with refrigerant gas being expanded through it at say minus 10 degrees. The gas will be minus 10, and then what you're doing, you've got some fans behind that, and it's circulating the air over it. Now, a lot of people just think the fridge blows cold air out. It's not doing that. It's pulling the air over the coil of gas, of refrigerant gas that's going through there at minus 10, and it's giving up its heat to the gas. So as it's going over the coil, the heat's being released out of the air. So the air might be going in at 12 degrees and then coming off. There's usually a 7-degree difference, temperature difference at that point. And it just keeps doing that. And then the gas, it travels back to the compressors. It's compressed to a high pressure gas. Then it goes out to the condenser, where the heat that is just absorbed in the supermarket, where your cheese and meat is released to outside. They don't do that necessarily all the time now. That's what used to happen. They have heat exchangers now. So that heat that would have been dumped outside goes through a heat exchanger to heat a water tank up. So you're getting free heat then to heat the water up. So it's all, so it is related, really.
Yeah, my brother, that's how he came to Flat Earth too, by that. The reason why he hates it is you're on call for 24/7, slimy walk-in boxes, under-drawer coolers. Oh, boy.
Stop calling my job, Neil.
Yeah. Yeah, but we call my brother First Class Chris. That would definitely never, like walking in slimy walk-in boxes.
Like today, my first job this morning, I've got a condensing unit with a gas leak on a pipe. It's on the high side, high pressure copper pipe. Has got a little pinhole in it, and gas is coming out. So I've got to repair that gas leak. So I've got to get the gas out of the system to repair that. I can pump some of it down into the receiver, but then I've got to get the gas out. So I've got an empty gas bottle. I've got my vac pump. I went and vac my gas bottle out. Yeah, got it into, I don't know, I didn't get probably 30 inches of vac, or maybe, I don't know, bloody 1 tour, 2 tour maybe. And then I hooked that bottle up to the system and open my gauge, and the gas that's in the system that I needed to remove just flew straight into the bottle that I just backed out. So you're doing stuff like that all the time. So that's like, there's pressure needs a container. Pressure will always fill the available space in the container. So that's what I did. I took that gas out. There was no pressure in the pipe then. So I had to do a hot work permit because I've got my oxyacetylene. I had to do a braze on the pipe with some brazing rod, pipe that up. Pulled a quick vac on the equipment because you don't want any non-condensables in the system. It's got to remove all the air. And then put a bit of pressure in there, made sure I got the leak correct, and then gassed it back up, ran it down, and job was a good one. So
I want to know why. I want to know why you can't just bring the gas, in your hand. Why can't you carry it? Why do you need a container for that? What's the problem here?
Well, I was going to bring in the wheelbarrow, but the wheels fell off.
So those gases need to be contained, no?
Oh, yeah. They need to be contained. You need a container to transfer the gas from one place to another. And if you vac one container out and then connect it to the pressurized system, the pressure will automatically fill the evacuated container and the pressure will equalize. So that was my first job this morning, 7:30 this morning.
Were you on when I was working in the city and I cut the pipe in the supermarket and all the air came rushing out?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, the gas.
Freaking cut a pipe on a job site. Caught in the tile in. It would look like it was a dead pipe because it was on the floor and it was crimped closed, a copper pipe. So they wanted me to remove it so the tile could lay flat. And I didn't think it was connected to anything, but it actually was. So as I'm
It's
cutting it,
probably
all of
a
a sudden, out of nowhere, freaking gas started coming out everywhere.
it was probably an old leg that was attached to something, maybe a fridge or another sort of cooling device, and they've moved that out of the way and then sealed the pipes, and so they've still got live pressure to that point, and you just thought it was dead, probably.
No, it was part of the. It was cooling that refrigerator that was above it. But I don't understand why they didn't put a cap on it and seal it off like it was a good pipe. It was just like crimped, like it was an old pipe. It was like crimped closed, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, that gas started coming out of everywhere. So once you make an availability of volume, that gas is going to fill it.
Exactly.
There's always an availability of volume. It's just whether or not it's contained.
Right. So I cracked where it was contained, and when it opened, it started filling the available volume of the store.
Exactly. So you were wrong, Neil. You thought there would be a whole bunch of people asking questions today, and there isn't. So I don't think there's any need for me to cover anything today.
Beg to differ.
Oh, right. Who was that?
That was me.
What do you beg to differ about, Adam?
Don't be shy.
I don't know. We all heard a little bit of what's going on, but I think we all would like to hear more of what's going on.
Earth's measured flat, Adam. What do you mean?
Yeah, that should be the end. I'll take that. If you really want to end it there, I'll take that.
I'm inviting you to ask me. If you want to ask something, feel free.
So what's going on with the book?
There you go.
Okay. So having edited about 90% of the book, Adam and Quantum Eraser are withholding the Word document, that's the working draft, 5th version, from me. So having discussed it with 10th Man, what I'm going to do now is just read out what he and I discussed together. So first I'll read out what was from 10th Man, then I'll read out my response. From 10th Man. Right, open line, is everything working? Let's just double check that first before I read out for a while. From 10th Man, it's always been your book. I started this whole project for you and your family's well-being, to bring a new source of income to help you get along. So the truth is that. Not anything else being added or excuses or cause. They should have just walked away if it was too hard. They did not do that. Only one thing is certain. They agreed to help you get your book out and then changed their mind. Now it appears they want something else than was originally offered. I'm very saddened by it all. Nathan, stay true to the truth. And this too shall pass. I got your back. It's easy to tell the truth. Cheers, 10th. That's 10th's message to me. Now the reply is pretty lengthy, so strap in. My reply. You are a great man, 10th. Your sage counsel is far superior to that of my former editors. Glad that you told me not to lie in an attempt to regain control of the working draft. You said it would make me as bad as them, and you were right. So, work will continue on a 6th draft. It will add a little time to the process, but that's life. I think I will just come clean and tell the audience that my editing team decided that my book needs to become their book, so I will have to sack them both, as they have attempted to extort me with a Word document. This means they have ended a friendship and now get nothing and lose all connection with me. But better that this happens now rather than later. God has looked out for me, and I feel I'm on a path he has put me on. It's not an easy path, and it's definitely not paved with riches, but it's the path I need to be on, and God has shown me in the past similar circumstances that being honest is the right way to go. I will always be grateful for that guidance from God, and in this instance reinforced by you, meaning 10th man. I have thanked God just before writing this, because when good people keep me on that narrow path, even when it goes through a shady route with temptation to lie, cheat, like the people, open brackets, John and Adam, who lie and cheat to get one over on me, God has been there the whole time answering my prayers and giving me little gifts. That is reference to the people who actually support me. When I say little gifts, I mean the people who support me financially. Sorry to paraphrase my message already. You are correct in your assessment. They rolled the dice and lost. As my very Christian grandmother used to say, gambling is the work of the devil. She wouldn't allow playing cards like the ones you get in a casino in her house. It always stuck with me. I'll gamble with a calculated risk, but not against other players. QE and Adam have made me a player and didn't tell me. So, now I know I can stand up with my head held high and walk away from the table. None of the chips are real. The money itself isn't real. This hit home when my father passed recently. Guess how much money he took with him? Money is just a means to an end. I'd like to do what God intended, and not what is just easy. So, although hard, I will come clean with those who support me, some being my enemy, referring to ballers who are also supporting me by watching my show, meaning the audience, and just tell them, my editors decided they want to be writers, and tried to use my 5th working draft they were helping me to edit to make a name for themselves as writers, so I had to sack them both, causing a further delay. Not the end of the world, the start of further refinement of my book. If it's not already clear, I want to say a big thank you to you, but also, to other saved souls who have suddenly come out to the forefront as true friends. Obviously you, 10th man, but Anthony Riley, Paula, One Deck, Flatsy, Brian, John and Neil have all been true friends and shown true grit. Adam and Quantum Eraser revealed themselves as parasites, happy to use their lies and deception and blackmail to extort me to get what they want from me. What they called their, quote, swan song meant that they wanted to walk away from FE but leave their mark on my book as they walked away. I wish them every happiness, and that God is watching over them also. I don't think they are bad men, they just made a bad decision, and it has cost them greatly. And for that, I too am saddened. But I'll get over it quickly. Adam has no spine or honour, and QE always was a foul-mouthed narcissist only out for number 1. So, the book continues, but will be delayed, but will become more refined. Earth is, was, and always will be exactly as God made it, flat. This focus wasn't the case when QE and Adam started helping me edit my book. For that reason, much of what they have done to the book isn't actually in line with this new rhetoric. So, good though it was, better it will be for this happening. It always was going to be the way it went. QE did get that right. God knows what is in store. He knew this was something on my path, and he ushered me along it anyway, meaning God, not QE. Sorry to send such a long reply, but I feel you deserve the fullest explanation of the circumstances and a broad outline of further work that will need to be done. Thank you, and God bless, Nathan.
You need to go right now and
Hold on.
add an Eli. I forgot. Sorry.
Let me
Eli
cover
as well.
you, Eli. Let me cover you. First of all, Nathan,
okay, go ahead.
And
let me
Eli.
cover you. Hold on. Eli did not know, and a lot of people did not know, Nathan. And when they hear this, they will come to your back like D Rose. Eli just found out, and he was immediately behind you. I can vouch for Eli. He was freaking infuriated by it, and he got a message from QE too.
Okay, well, let's just cover that. So there are various individuals that after the fact found out and were immediately supportive. So honourable mention to Mitchell from Australia. Now, he didn't go into that note, but he found out quite late in the day and was immediately incredibly supportive of me. So, yeah, there are people out there, including you, Eli, who will and hopefully are supportive of the dire circumstances that were, past tense, unfolding before me. Now, I've taken stock of the situation. It's actually not as bad as I thought. So, life goes on. Yes, there'll be a delay. Yes, my friends have betrayed me.
It's almost never as bad as you think.
Exactly. Once you take stock of the scenario and situation, you realise... And again, but people like One Deck were there to point that out. He described them as using a lever on me. Now, it just a couple of words in metaphor, and you go, bloody hell, you're so right. Let's take stock of the circumstances and see where I am actually at. And then you go, okay, they don't have a lever anymore. But that took One Deck to do that. Now, that doesn't mean I decry you, Eli, or Mitchell from Australia, or Chocolate Saying, or anybody else for that matter. It's just there's been certain individuals that were there. I want to give a shout out to Paula specifically, because I haven't spoken to her for ages, and she was instantly there. Like, just in a heartbeat, she was there supporting me. Now, she's been critical of a lot of what I do, and I praise her for that. She's, again, kept me on a narrow path. But in recent years, she hasn't been there because she's got other things to do, not because we've fallen out. It's just we've fallen out of touch to a certain extent. Same with Anthony Riley. But the moment I contacted him, it was the same old Anthony Riley. And it does literally bring me to tears when good people just are who they are. They don't suddenly shed a mask and become someone else. And those are the people that got listed. It was just a casual, or started off when I was writing it literally last night, a casual chat between me and 10th. But after I'd written it and realised how long it was, I'm like, this is a statement of truth that I can put out to an audience. By then, I'd already forgotten to mention you, Eli. But you weren't there at the time. You've just found out, so it's nothing personal.
Yeah, and I had Paula was trying to get in on that phone call the other day, but she wasn't able to be added.
Yeah, it's no big deal. I just I'm not mad that I wasn't mentioned thus far. I'm just here to let you know that I've got your back now.
You have no idea how many people have echoed that sentiment, Eli. There has been so many people that have heard about this on the grapevine, in spite of my best efforts to keep it away from the public and people like you. Because I don't want it to end like this. I was hoping they'd do the right thing. They didn't. After 3 weeks, they haven't. They're doubling down and tripling down. And people have found out on the grapevine and gone, I've got your back. Loads of people.
No.
I know what you mean, Nathan.
Hold on, just let Eli finish off. Go, everyone else, shush. Go ahead, Eli.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I mean, my 2 cents in it is, yeah, man, it's your book. We've always known it was your book, you know, especially with me poking at, hey, I should get a mention. You were super clear about, I am the author. Maybe 1 or 2 might get some mention somewhere. And that's about it. But I appreciate everyone for being a part of this process. And I was explaining yesterday, I was like, okay, like, you know, I've done amazing things on your platform. I've done amazing things on many people's platform. I'm not going to turn around and go, that's my platform. I'm not going to turn around and take credit for something that is not mine in title when I know that I may have even given 70% versus the business owner who's only given 30%. I could have built his entire business, but I know if that's happened, I actually did that under my own recognizance. So I know for a fact, because I was there, everyone who put their hands on deck to help did it under the understanding that you were the author and that this was your book. To change it after the fact, so deep into the game, it hurts, man. It hurts.
3 weeks ago, that would have brought me to tears. Frankly, I've now moved on. So it's like, well, life goes on. I can't remember who said it in the pre-show. Things often aren't as bad as you think they are when you finally take stock of the situation. They always seem terrible in the moment. Well, things aren't as bad as they seem. What is prevalent are people like you in this instance, Eli, saying, we know the score, therefore we've got your back. You're like, okay, there's been plenty of opportunity during the last 3 weeks to lie, scheme and cheat to try and achieve my ends. And the ends would be an easier route. Now, that path isn't my path. So, have I lied and cheated in the past? Yeah. Did it serve me well? No. Will it serve Adam and QE well? No. Is that unfortunate and saddening to a lot of people? Yeah. That's life. People expose themselves when there's a little pot of gold that they can grab at. They seem trustworthy and then suddenly they're not. And you go, I never expected that person to be like that. Now, for the most part, most people have said that about QE. That's to say, I expected him to do that to you, but not Adam. But either way, people reveal themselves in weird ways under the right circumstances. It just takes the right circumstances. As I said in that message to 10th, I don't think either of them are bad men. They just made a bad decision. Well, that's cost them their friendship with me. It's cost any connection with me. They won't get what they want. That's life. It's hard pill to swallow.
Not just you. They didn't show concern for any of us. It's like they knew what it was going to cost. They knew what was going to happen, and they still went forward with it.
Yeah, the reason they didn't care became apparent after about a week and a half. They called it their swan song. What does that mean? They want to walk away. And then Brian clarified it. They're bored. Well, they don't want to walk away and have everyone forget them immediately. Yeah, you will be. After everyone gets over how annoyed they are at them. They want to walk away. So after, 6 years of being prevalent publicly, they might have been around in the comment section prior, but in terms of making videos and actually being an influence on other people, that's an influencer, aka YouTuber, they've been around for about 6 years, Adam and QE collectively. Well, now they want to walk away because they're bored, and they want to use my book to put their mark on this arena so that as they walk away, people don't forget them. Well, unfortunately, they are incredibly forgettable, like most people if you don't keep your hand into something. Nobody cares anymore. Most people are pretty fickle, as much as I can admit I am pretty fickle. But that doesn't mean that they get to stamp their mark on my book so that it remains permanently marked in history. That's not what they were brought on when they were asked to edit my book. Now, 90% into editing their book, they think my book's their book. Well, that's a very much change of heart compared to what I've got them on record, very much clarifying the case to be. Now, is that saddening, as 10th put it? Yeah, but after 10 years of dealing with this kind of stuff, we're in a weird arena. I can get over
funny
it.
enough, the old Git QE messaged me, not liking my sentiments in 24/7, basically saying something to the effect of, his legacy is calling people numpties and giving us the scientific method and all.
You're not the only one to have said that either. You're about the fourth person to say that.
But also, I can understand how he missed my message, seeing as that he thinks I'm a retard enough. So basically, my message was, first of all, this man, you, who has made it very important to be selfish, because first of all, you and your family come first with God and all that, yada, yada, yada. But outside of that, you have told us all you should be doing more. You've told us what you're willing to do. And you said, hey, you could be doing this. You could have your own platform. For God's sakes, QE has a channel now to fall back on because you pushed him to do that. So it's when I said that was his legacy, in the context of everything that I was saying, is exactly what you're saying. If you don't keep your finger on their necks, they're gonna forget you. But the thing about us is, I believe that each and every one of us are special, and if we so choose to take a path like you or Dave Weiss or anyone who's actually trying to make a mark out there, we actually could. And nobody's stopping us, not you, for wanting to maintain authorship of your own damn book. QE is his own great man. And he should be able to do his own thing. And he has friends that would have supported him.
Right. Very good summary.
See it that way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
very, very appropriate and accurate summary. And you couldn't be more right. And had things have worked out differently, would he have got my support in him writing his book? Of course. So, yes, it is unfortunate. Stolen valor isn't necessarily what I expected of Adam. Maybe from QE a little bit more. But you just don't know with anybody what they're going to do. That's why a few people who have been incredibly supportive got mentioned 10th Man that's now gone to a public disclaimer or message or whatever you want to call what I just read out.
Let me get my
Well,
head
they
around
didn't give
this,
it a
Nathan.
chance either. Hold on. They didn't give it a chance. That's what bothers me. They didn't even let it play out to see the mention that they would have got and the book that could have followed. I mean, it's so sad to me.
Go ahead,
So
Len.
what am I gleaming from this? Is it a few weeks ago when Adam's computer's meant to have been stolen? That was basically to cover whatever shadiness.
And you can't say that. You don't know that's true. You can't say, well, Adam lied
All right,
about his computer.
I'm just dealing with the little snippets that I've heard and
Well, I mean,
this conversation.
Yes.
it was a riveting
what
story
is the
about.
position
Hold
that
on,
they're in
Eli.
now?
Just one sec, Eli. Yes, Len.
So what is the
in
position
summary,
they're in
yes.
now? Are they wanting to walk away from it or claim it as their own?
From what I gather, they want to walk away from Flat Earth. They're bored of it. But in so doing, they want to put a stamp on my book with their name so that it's their quote-unquote swan song. As in, we're bored, we want to walk away, but we don't want to be forgotten, and we've worked very hard on your book, so it's ours. That's basically the situation.
Right, so are they wanting profit shares and stuff as well?
No, they're alleging they don't want any money, but the moment they become authors of my book, they can take claim to that, regardless of them saying that they don't want that.
Correct.
Right. So is this brought the book to a standstill?
No, not at all.
All right, champion.
I mean, it will delay things. What I now have to do is go through all of the data that I gathered whilst I was supervising their editing of my book with my name on every single page and recollate all of the data. Now, that might be the case that it is literally, that's what my wife joked at the beginning of the show, saying, are they talking about my book? Because she'd started doing exactly that, right? So she's doing what Adam was doing. Well, I mean, I don't think my wife will hamstring me like Adam's tried to, but she joked about it because she can get away with that. She's my wife.
If that happens, then this is a Twilight Zone episode, and anybody that helps you will begin to claim it as their book.
I just wanted to say I wrote the book 2 weeks before you did. But in all, I mean,
Sound like
the
Brian now.
story about the grand story of the robbery of some dusty computer that no one would have recognized as a computer if they were born after 1989. So I didn't. It's interesting. He got robbed. It's like listening to a Democrat say, "Oh, you know, he was robbed for his flash drive, but not his wallet or anything else."
Yeah. Well, not only was he allegedly robbed, right, according to the story, this is from my memory of Adam's story about his robbery, they removed a pane of glass from his shed. They didn't break it. They took it out and left it carefully on the side. So what? So you wouldn't have to employ a glazer to come and back it? You just put it back in and it was like nothing had happened? Oh, isn't that interesting? That the careful robber took the pane of glass out and left it by the side of the shed. Isn't that interesting?
No, Nathan, you're missing it. That instance, when he realized he was robbed, the first thing that came to his mind was, oh my God, my book. Not, oh my God, Nathan's book. And that's when he realized that he needs to be recognized more because this is actually his book. He has been writing it. So that's the way you're thinking. Thinking.
But has it? Oh, okay, maybe Adam. But hasn't like you and Flatsy been super proofreading and changing QE's words? Because I mean, nobody likes. I mean, okay, all right. I'm not going to do that because obviously the way he talks is very specific to him.
Yeah, like Mae West would be blushing. That was going to be gone.
What you're saying is, would I have gone through the edits they'd made and make it my own book again? Yeah. My understanding while we were working together was there was going to be another drafting process. But while they were going through and crossing I's and dotting T's, I supervised and occasionally put my 2 pennyworth in, as in they were working under my supervision the entire time. Now, the fact that I've got Adam disclaiming this and I've put it out as a video is kind of irrelevant now. Like, as much as I appreciate you want to know the answers to these questions, people will presumably go, well, how do you feel about this? Well, I've kind of moved on from that now. It's like they're trying to hold a Word document to ransom. Well, what is the Word document? The 5th working draft. But I've recorded all of the process from 1st to 5th draft. Well, does that mean that there's now got to be a bit of work to reaccumulate the 5th draft into a working document on Word? Yeah. Will that add a bit of time? Yeah. Would it have gone through another stage of redrafting anyway? Yeah. So can I moan? Well, yeah, I could. Could I make another chapter detailing this sordid affair? I could. But as people point out, what that's not what you're trying to achieve here, is it? So you get over it. Yes, you've been betrayed. Do I want to harp about that indefinitely? Not really.
Well, it don't make any sense because did they not know? You always say you're always recording. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me because they know that you have the material.
Yeah, but they've got a Word document that they can try and extort me with. So in their mind, that's the right way to go about it. We've got this Word document. Okay, well, what are you going to do with it? Put Adam who and John what on the front of a book about me and Flat Earth debate? Okay, I mean, that's what you want. No, that's not what they want. They want co-authorship. Because without my name on it, it's useless. So, I mean, yeah, feel free. If John and Adam decide to rework what is essentially a story of me and housekeeping and Flat Earth debate into a book that they've written, that will obviously involve a huge amount of work. And in the same way as when I passed on Bullbusters to Quantum Eraser, when he asked me for half the super chats retroactively, and I said no, here's your opportunity to run your channel so you can turn it into your own channel and earn your own super chats. I'll even help you set it up. Now, did I demand half the super chats when I gave him every Saturday? No, I'm not a scumbag. But that's what they've done, and that won't change.
Yeah. You know, if they were going to take it as their own, I don't think they. I don't know what I wish. Why wouldn't they come on the show and talk about it? Like that's very un-QE like. Wouldn't you agree?
But he said he didn't want this
he's
to.
always talking about.
On Tuesday, he said he didn't want this to spill into his show. Now, me, I very much wanted to have a show. Do you remember on Monday when I'm like, I feel really ill? Yeah, I'd been at the doctor's that morning. I'm in and out of hospital. I'm very sick. Now, I'm not going to harp on about that because that's not the focus, but I am legitimately very, very ill. And that's a concern. But by the same token, I want people to see me hold my head up high because I'm not doing anything wrong, while they ignore dozens of requests to talk to me, dozens of messages that I've sent to them and appeals to contact me. They've ignored all of them and then stopped making their show.
He had all the time in the world to message me this morning or at sometime after I went to bed, which was really freaking late. And so, like, my whole thing is, people question whether or not the book will even be successful sales-wise or reach-wise. And I say, hey, well, this is the problem that's going to have to be overcome. After we do the work, well, after you guys have finished the work, I didn't do shit really. It's then going to be on the audience and us, something you have also cultivated, to spread the word. So now, think about it. If they wanted to put this out with your name or not with your name, they won't have any of that support. They won't have mine.
No, and that's, again, echoed amongst everybody. That was why Mitchell got a honourable mention after the fact, because he said exactly that. It's like, people aren't waiting for John and Adam's book to come out. And somebody even said it and wanted to hint at that being the case about my book on the show before we started, from a comment in Discord. Oh, it'll just be like Zen Garcia's book. It's just going to be another book. Well, no. There's very much a demand for it. There's people who are eagerly waiting it. and they're not waiting for John and Adam's book. So, like I say, they'd have to rework what is essentially the story of Nathan Oakley into something very different for it to become their random other flat earth book that no one gives a crap about.
Yeah, well, that's why I shamed them. That's why I did not care. I'll take the brunt of it. I'll shame them on 24/7, and that's it. And immediately got a message from QE after that. See, because like you're always recording, I know he's always listening, and it was very easy to draw him out. Actually, it's kind of pathetic. Like it was such easy fishing.
What, when you pointed out that his lever wasn't such a strong lever after all?
Absolutely. And you would be surprised. First of all, FE Jedi is brokenhearted about it for you, Nathan. And instead, he'll be there to help you in any way you need.
Yeah. Well, the fortunate thing is, right, in these circumstances, when it's a poverty-driven endeavour, you can twist the knife and go and get legal advice and things like that. You know, you can twist the knife. One of the other things they said was, well, we can help you edit Chuck's book. And what they mean by that is the book that I narrated to Chuck as he typed, that they wanted to help me edit and offered to help me edit. They're saying, we can edit that. That's exactly what you were doing. But they've said, we can help you with that. So it's just adding insult to injury, taking the piss, pissing down your back and pretending it's raining sort of thing. Well, you can, but ultimately they assumed they'd got a really strong lever. But for the fact that Mitchell pointed out, no, what they want, you need to focus on. They want to be a co-author on your book. And why have they approached you to ask for permission? They wouldn't need permission if it was actually legitimately theirs. Why would they ask me permission?
Well, the story goes they were waiting for you. They were waiting for you to include them as co-authors because of all the work that they did, and you never did. So that's why this whole thing has been at a standoff, and no work is being getting done for the last 6 weeks.
Yeah, but that's all changed now, as of yesterday. And I left it 3 weeks, and I said to my wife, at the point that work continues without them, that's when it's too late. Well, that happened yesterday, and what am I doing today? Reading out a public statement. That's it now.
So just
they're pariahs.
Exactly the right. I think you're doing exactly the right thing, Nathan. Discussed a little bit yesterday. We're not putting our energy into all that depressing focus of them two trying to twist a knife in. I think you're doing exactly the right thing. All your energy is now going to go on your book. Yeah, redoing your book. And like you say, this is happened for a reason. The book will be a better book now. This has happened for a reason. And it's going to be the right path. Forget them two losers. We don't need them. Just forget about them.
Yeah, it will be ground up and refined once more. 6th draft. I would have loved it to come out on the 1st draft and be earning me money. But there's a good. I've said this in the past, but it's just not been contextually linked to this. I will get to you, Len. I know you're trying to say something, but I've mitigated for the losses in having to do multiple drafts. So at the beginning of the show, I was moaning about having to flog microphones, but I am flogging them. I've got enough to last me till Christmas. So I don't have to put my cap out in front of me. I can just e-beg a little bit more, as in say, oh, can you help me out? As in, I don't need to start a GoFundMe or Give Send Go campaign just to keep the lights on. I've already mitigated for these circumstances financially. So I'm all right. I'm set. Yeah, okay, I'll have to do it a bit longer. I would have hoped to have only flogged microphones for a month or two, because that's what I had the impression that's how long it would take. What are we, 10 months, 11 months later? Now I'm now back one step, or half a step. You know, it just means I've got to get transcribing. My wife, but when I say me, you know what I mean. But transcription, it's not that big a deal. And I'm going to be, and always had intended to, alter that content anyway. What QE wrote is as dry as a nun's vagina. It needs to be altered. Now, he, in his self-aggrandizing way, thinks that once he's done editing the 4th draft, that means A, it's his book, and B, it's ready for publication. No, it's ready for publication when I say it is, it's mine. But they think because they've helped me edit 90% of what was edited in the 5th draft, that it's theirs now. Delusional. Well, they've sacrificed everything. They will get nothing as a result of this. And if they hold my 5th draft to ransom, what are you going to do with it?
So is this friendship
Exactly.
severed?
That's it. There's nothing else to
Are they
say
no
as far as
longer-
I can think. Len, go ahead. What did you want to ask?
Yeah, so is this friendship severed and they'll no longer contribute to, like, FED?
What do you think?
I don't know.
What would you do?
Well, I burn bridges. I've been fucked over many times, and yeah, I'm too kind and generous, and I get walked over. So I personally would fuck them off if that happened to me.
There you go.
I guess
Well,
I would say
I'll
it
drop this
depends.
one in there. For a little while, I've had it in my head. Quentin Erasure.
Say that again.
I can't.
I would say it depends.
Quentin
Hold on.
Erasure.
Hold on. Just one sec, Eli. Go ahead, Len. Finish your thought.
Quentin Erasure. Just a silly way of saying QE.
Fair enough. But you've answered your own question, which I'm grateful for. Go ahead, Eli.
Oh, dang. Oh, I said I would say it depends, man. Friends fall out all the time. And everyone's on their own path. Sometimes it puts you at odds. But again, if you're reasonable and you're thoughtful, friends typically come around. And it takes humility for that to happen. And it also takes forgiveness for that to happen. And it takes thoughtfulness to know which side of that you should be on. So I would say it depends. I'm never going to count anybody out because you know what? As much of a dog as QE would talk about anyone, or especially directly about me, to me, of course, I would still say I never counted him out. And all the times in 24/7, people have talked crap about him and this, that, and the third. I've defended him saying, well, I understand why he is the way he is. I understand how frustrating it could be when you know you're a well-thinking, reasoning person and everyone around you is not. I know how that could make you feel. I know how that could potentially drive you to treat people. I've never hated him for it. I think if he wants to change, he can. So I wouldn't count him out. I know Nathan's a forgiving person, so I would say it depends.
Sure. Initially, my attitude was I'll write a chapter on what they've done and just be specific and explicit about what they've done. And then everyone around me, the people who've given me sage counsel, have gone, no, don't do that. Don't be that person. Rise above. Now, what did I agree to do for them? I agreed to acknowledge them in the book as contributors. So, yes, literally just yesterday, Refracted Curvature was like, well, honour that. I'm like, yeah, you're right. Adam and QE have offered a lot to this arena. Do they deserve acknowledgement? I've already agreed to give it them. Now, do they want more? And are they prepared to sever a friendship for it? It seems that's the case. Now, that's very unfortunate. Could they still reconcile, according to you, Eli? Yeah, potentially. In the same way, so could Arwin. Arwin, who comes into the Discord server every now and again. But is he looking for reconciliation, or is he just trying to slope in without anybody saying anything? Well, a lot of people don't forgive and forget and will say something.
Yeah, like me. And number one, that's taking the high road. That's what I was telling you to do. So I'm glad you're taking the high road now. I'm happy to hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would still say acknowledge them.
Yeah, I'm pretty fickle in many different ways, Neil.
Listen, I was hoping by shaming him that he would come to his senses and return everything that they had to you so you wouldn't have to go crazy and spend more time doing it so the book could come out quicker so you could start earning money. And this book is going to be great. I know it is. I sat on everything. I know everything that's in there. It's great. So all of those people that say, it's not going to be that good, well, you just wait because there's no book, flatter book like this book. All right? So that's number one. But that didn't happen. And now you said your wife started on it. You don't care anymore? Neither do I. It's too late now.
I mean, potentially they could still save me a bit of time. by returning the
Oh, I
working
agree.
draft in a Word format, which I've got to collate or ask my wife to, which is a pain in the arse and takes time. So they can still resolve a setback, but at the point where it's like, no, you're asking for X and I'm saying no, and then you're trying to extort me with a working Word document. Like, we're 5 drafts in, I've documented every single step of every single stage that I've had full control over the entire time. Now, yes, it will set me back a couple of months. Is that irritating? Yes. Have I already mitigated for it? Yeah, I'm flogging stupid microphones, aren't I?
Yeah, I figured I'd sacrifice myself. They could hate me forever, but at least you'll get the book back in your hands. So you never know. That might happen.
Maybe. But me requesting people to put pressure on them to give it me back was so that there's a lack of need to make public announcements and like what I've done today, right? But for every day that passes, that becomes less and less important to me and more important to them. So at the point that it becomes catastrophic and obvious to them, they'll probably be like, oh, just have it and just get, like, at which point it won't matter at all, will it?
Nope.
Right.
Yep.
Well, I've given them every opportunity, Neil, haven't I?
Absolutely. And that was my answer to QE when he told me, why don't you come on to Missouri and set me straight? I said, give Nathan his material back. And my question still stands. Why are you continuing to stonewall Nathan? So that's it. He's not answering you. So I said, you'll go down forever as a treacherous, treasonous traitor. Sound familiar? Those are his words.
Yeah, and then you said he got very angry. Well, not surprising. Me, I've reached a certain level of zen in this regard, while QE sounds like he's getting ever more annoyed because he's losing his leverage and control. Well, that's going to piss him off to the point where he wants to drive over and fight with you. That just amuses me greatly.
No. He wants me to go there. I think
wants
he
you to come
mentioned
to him.
something for that about. Yeah, he mentioned something to Eli about that too. I think Eli said that come to New York.
Yeah, or if I'm in Missouri, it doesn't matter. What are we supposed to do? Fight over what? Oh man, I mean, I'll meet you if you want to fight. We can fight. If you want to have tea, we can have tea. Doesn't really matter to me. But the bottom line is, I'm not going to let you use your anger to incense me, because my message to you will still be the same. And this is what I wrote to him, because he said, in quotes, this is what I said: if it's about legacy, QE, you already have your own channel. Your legacy is calling people numpty retards while being right about the scientific method. Congratulations. He said, that's all you got, yada, 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 yada. So I said, that's not all I said, but it's fine. I've always seen you since the first day you muted me during the combo about God. We never forget. Kissy face. Don't be a weak pea over an opinion. And then I just updated and sent him a new message after this stream. I said, I was fair to you on Nathan's stream, which in my opinion is quite charitable. Wish you the best. Thank you for everything.
Nah, you're better than me.
I was going to say, you've taken the high road. Well done.
But it's also true what I'm saying. Like what? Because he's mad, it's going to undo everything he's been and everything he's done? No. I'm sorry you feel that way. It hurts me. It also hurts me that you never have the time to get the context right when you're talking about people. I've come to you about that. That's annoying. It started with Witsit, even though a lot of the things that we did was justified, but there are things in between where he's taken things out of context. Specifically right now, he's like, is that all you said? Is that all you got? No, that wasn't all I had, because I already explained to y'all on the live show what my point was, which was also explained on the live, that I guess he didn't get to at the time. But he let hearing just a piece get him emotional and call me a retard. And if that's how you've truly felt all this time, again, I don't really care. Thank you for helping a retard. It definitely helps me in my life. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're echoing, again, many other people's sentiment in that regard, which is there's an underlying dislike of QE's attitude towards many individuals, but they, up until now, have not had the impetus to say anything. And now they are. So you're like, oh, okay, so there's an underlying disdain for this man that's now bubbling to the surface with more ease than perhaps previously was allowed or tolerated or seemed reasonable. But now people are like, oh, right, well, so you're saying I can express my irritation at him calling me a numpty dipshit and telling me to shut the F up? Yeah, all right, well, I will then. Many people are. And it's obviously annoying him greatly. Well, I don't want to laugh and, be vindictive about that fact, but when you've been shagged over by somebody, it's kind of not difficult to not laugh about that.
What does he mean?
Yeah, and you gotta note, even in this example, he came to me.
Right, well, that's because
to be fair,
he's trying to pour poison in everyone's ear about me, and it's not working. So rather than just talking to me, they're going to everybody else. Very scummy.
Well, that's because I said, this is what he said. He said, this is QE. I couldn't get an answer out of him for nothing. But then after last night, because I know he'd be listening to 24/7. I know damn well he would. He's always listening, like you're always recording. He says, I'm trying to figure this out. You go on the land of Misfit Toys 2.0 and spill the beans on something you weren't going to spill the beans on when you first said you didn't want to talk about Eli specifically with Eli. Very consistent, makes perfect sense. Make sure and document this with Nathan. You could record it with AI in my voice. What does he mean by that?
I have no idea. It doesn't make any sense. Spill the beans.
Document what?
Yeah, they want to keep this under wraps. Me, I'm giving them opportunities to do the right thing. They just want to keep this hush-hush. And you've spilled the beans, Neil.
Yeah, that's you. I sacrificed. I don't care. You guys can kiss and make up, and I'll be the bad guy. I don't care. This book needs to go out, and I'll take by any means necessary to try and make it easier by them just handing it over so you can continue on, put your spin on it, give it to Chuck, get it out to the people that are asking me every day. There's people that want to translate it in German, in French, in Spanish. They're asking every day, and they have a right to know what's going on. Well, now everybody knows what's going on.
Indeedy.
Oh, he's online now. Oh. Good show.
Any other questions?
And you know they're listening now, too. You know that, right? Come on. Hello, QE. Hello, Adam. You treacherous, treasonous traitors.
Word. How am I being treacherous and treasonous?
He didn't say you were.
What a... Huh?
He didn't say you were.
No, he did.
Oh, because you were discussing it with Neil.
Yep.
Oh, he wanted you to keep his dirty little secret a secret. So therefore you're a traitor.
But I didn't not keep it a secret. I told Neil not to do it. I told him to leave because it seemed like he was going to do it. Then he said, I'm not going to do it. And then he said, freak this, I'm doing it. And I was like, all right, but it's my opinion. I didn't let it out.
And I knew this would be the case as much as everybody who asks, I don't want to lie to anybody, so I just have to be honest. And then when I say, do not go public with this, there's been more than one instance where someone said, well, does this count? Well, what, you talking about it in public? Yeah, it does. But people can't help themselves.
No, I don't care. It's got to get done, and they're holding up. They're holding you up. They're holding everything up. I really don't care. They did their little dark secret deed, right? So you might as well expose darkness to the light. I brought it out to the light. Okay? I'm the bad guy.
No, you're basically a hero, Neil.
Yeah, they're trying to stop me from being the next Black Messiah in the African American community. You know, I'm supposed to, after this book, go on couple shows.
But that's still going to happen, though, right? If when it's finally finished, you got to start making your tour, right? I mean, I'm sure Mark Sargent will put you on.
Yeah, 2 years ago he said he'd definitely have me on.
Yeah, if they're still down, I'm still down.
And what about the guys, your guys? Who was those people that you were affiliated with, Eli?
Killer
That
Priest.
wanted Nathan on. Killer Priest. That's a big one. You go on there promoting the book.
Yeah, but just hold off worrying about things like that for now, Neil. Yes, there will absolutely be a tour where I'm out there promoting my book. That's all I want to promote. At the moment, I've got to promote microphones to keep the lights on. Well, that's unfortunate, but the refinement process continues. The book continues. Everything carries on as it was, with a bit of a setback caused by two people that wanted more than they were entitled to. Well, that's a shame. Life goes on.
Yeah, things happen for reasons, don't they, sometimes?
Exactly.
Well, I think everybody was hoping and praying that it would come to a gentleman, reconciliation and people coming to their senses and it being done easily, but it just wasn't happening.
They didn't care, Neil. They want to walk away. So the fact that this hurts people, generally, like in this arena, us, basically, they don't care, because if they're going to walk away, what difference does it make to them? They're more than happy to watch the boat burn as they steal the lifeboat, because they want to row away from it. So they're like, well, what you don't like me sticking two fingers up as I row away on the only lifeboat? Well, I'm rowing away on the only lifeboat. When I'm watching the boat burn. Well, what do you know? We fought the flames and put them out. So now we just wave goodbye to them on the lifeboat. Bye-bye! What's that? You told us you had the only fire extinguisher. Keep it.
Obviously, they weren't keeping up with the flat earth debate. Nathan always says, always assume I'm recording.
The book may have been stolen, but the words of the book are in the ether.
The ether. Oh, well.
Right, I need to unwind with a couple of games of Fortnite, so I will stay recording for at least another 20 minutes. As
Sounds
everything's
good.
all set up.
Yeah, the whole situation's a little bit depressing. It's like I said yesterday, it's like finding out your favorite band drowns puppies in their spare time. Like, it's just disappointing. But
yeah, that was the sentiment a lot of people had. It was very disappointing, and that's the first thing I told them. I said, "You hurt me." When they had me on the phone, and they were trying to justify their treachery, I said, "You hurt everybody. This hurts. This ain't, you aren't doing it. It's just two guys we held in high regard. But now I don't want to have nothing to do with both of you."
But I'll just say it again, these things do happen for reasons. Things like this have happened to me, not with but certain situations in my life have happened where I think it's devastating. And then later on, I thought, that's happened for a reason. That person was removed, or things have happened and the path has been cleared for me. And at the time, you think it's devastating. It's not. It's like when Nathan was saying about the leverage conversation we had. It was just a general conversation, but something's hit. When I mentioned something, it hit Nathan, and something's twigged. A light's gone in his head, and it's happened to a few people. It's being guided, and this has happened for a reason, and it's going to be guided, and the book's going to be successful, and all the energy is going to go into the book, positive energy, not negative energy.
Nathan's book, right?
Hello, Brian.
Hello, Nathan. Is it Neil there by any chance?
He is.
I'm here.
Yeah, Neil, would you be able to tell me about the pitch data argument by any chance, please?
Not at this time.
Right.
It's not a good argument.
Right. Because, I was under the impression that there was no such thing as the pitch data argument.
Yeah, it's facts. It's not an argument. They're trying to say it's an argument.
Right.
And we're just saying
And
it's factual.
It's just data.
Right.
Right.
It's not coming from me. I didn't say it.
Right. So, but what is their argument against this non-argument? You were over on Discord, yeah? Because I heard some audio of you talking with AI Overlord.
Yeah, he was saying not on his. What do you mean? I wasn't backing him, if that's what you're saying.
Well, he's talking about some pitch data argument that doesn't exist.
Yeah, we went over it today. We already said it's not an argument. It's just raw data.
Kind of, sort of, but I guess to the exhaustion of what Brian's trying to get at, not so much. Because
hold on, Eli.
again,
I don't actually know what Brian is trying. It sounded like the tone he's taking with Neil is, "I've got a bone to pick with you," and I'd just like to hear him get to the end of his bone.
I don't know why.
Well, I guess because again, like I know when we spoke about that, while I was honest, I wasn't as transparent as I could have been because again, I'd rather AI speak for himself, like you mentioned, so I left it there. But I know there's more to discuss.
No, just tell us what it is. Sorry.
Hold on. I actually said, since it came out, he was crying to me that, Brian and Brian's pitch data, I was talking about flight years ago. So he's in a contradiction. He's saying it's a bad argument or that flat earthers argue it wrongly. But in the same token, he's saying he came out with it years ago. So which one is it? Brian, I got your back. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I want to know what this argument is against this non-argument that I am hearing about.
Well, I mean, you're saying it's not an argument. He's saying the pitch data by itself is not an argument. The best that I could say is the way flat earthers may carry the data as if it is an argument is not kosher.
Okay, can I just check that is the case from Brian though? Is that?
I don't know what's going on here, Nathan, because supposedly there's an argument against the pitch data argument, but that doesn't exist. I know Eli's saying that AI or whoever are saying that it's not an argument, right? So why is someone making an argument against it? It's just data. It is what it is.
Well, as I said, other flat earthers would take data and make it an argument where it may not be an argument. That's the
It supports an argument. That argument is flight, and that the Earth is flat. It supports that, but it's not an argument.
But if the flat earther's not making it, he critiques that. I mean, I don't know what because when I go back and forth with him, I like the end result. It's not like he's like, don't use pitch data, because in my conclusion, it is what it is. This is data. Someone says, well, this line that you're calling, horizontal is actually changing. And my answer to that is prove it.
What's changing? The horizontal line is changing.
What I'm saying is the contention is that I'm telling you, the contention is that Globers think that horizontal is actually not just a level straight line, but it's actually changing.
Yeah, I've heard this from AI in the past, and I put them. Well,
that's what Globers. That's what
QE.
That's what
and Adam.
That's what Globe. Yeah, but there's nothing to correct with him because that's what Globers.
He's been using. He's been saying Globers will say this. Trying to
Globers do say that. I could be.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
An argument with like whenever it happens and pitch data comes up, typically a Glober's there, which I'm arguing against. But I do know that that's exactly what they're saying. And my
Yes,
response
I was
is, well,
aware of
prove
that.
it.
I was aware of that 10 years ago.
That's all.
So
That's all. That's
it
being
was
said.
a revelation from AI to be saying that Globers say that.
It's not a revelation. It's a problem when flat earthers can't bring that to conclusion.
But there's
If
not
they're
to bring
just
the
saying
conclusion. The
if they're
data
just
shows
saying
it.
pitch data, but they're not saying they can't say anything about it. But they're saying things about it. It's just data. So when the Glober coaxes them into an argument that they shouldn't be in, they make mistakes.
I don't know
Perhaps.
how anyone is going to have pitch over a curved surface. I really don't know how that's likely to happen, considering you need horizontals for pitching. No, if they're claiming this horizontal is changing its orientation in relation to horizontal, that means horizontal is non-existent. And what they're talking about are tangents, not an orientation. And tangents are tangent to a point on the surface of a sphere. Because it comes back to bowlers thinking the planes fly curves. Even if we were on a globe, planes would still have to fly in a series of straight lines, changing the orientation to fly around that sphere. There would be no way around it. But it wouldn't fit what they're talking about. Now, I'm not going to go into every detail about it. I'm just going to leave people off. They want to be listening to people like AI. They can off they go. Now, I know how to destroy the whole thing with any bowler, with ease. But I don't care.
Yeah. Hold on, because
I'm done. I'm done.
No, but Brian,
I'm
I can
done.
bring a little more clarity because when I went in there and Jin was in there, and it was all started about what happened with Jin. And FE Jedi said, well, have you heard AI's argument about the pitch data? And he said something to the effect of you might not want to use it if you hear where he's coming from. Now, I'm trying to clarify that.
Did he say that specifically?
It's
I'm not
that's the way
sure.
I'm
He did. I heard the
feeling.
audio. I heard the audio.
Oh, you did? So he did say that.
Or did he say, did you hear the interaction with Jin? So before you assess what AI did, are you considering why he did what he did with Jin?
No, but then he said, yeah, but then he did say what I just said because even Brian heard it. I knew I heard him say that. And I even asked I said, AI, send it to me. Send me.
I'll go back to the live stream. Hold on.
Let me just lay something out here for you. What is being claimed by the ballers and being supported by, inadvertently, right, by the AI and people on Discord is that right triangles don't exist. That's what you don't even know.
Wait. What do you mean by that?
What they're claiming is they're listening to ballers who don't know what they're talking about, who are talking out their backside as usual. They're claiming planes fly in curves, right? Planes don't do that. They fly in straight lines. Even if you had to fly around the globe, they wouldn't be able to do it in a curve. For a plane, right, it's at whatever altitude, when that's coming into the point of what's known as top of descent, it needs to descend, right, from its top of altitude to 1,000 feet above the elevation of the airport. Now, to do that, there's four main, there might be more than four, but I know of four main calculations for that, right? That means you have to go from top of altitude to 1,000 feet above the elevation of the airport. And to calculate that, you use a right-angle triangle. And you use the same for takeoff to get the altitude. Normally, the top of the descent is a bit longer, the adjacent is a little bit longer on the descent, but it depends on the airport and its location and obstacles. Sometimes the takeoff one can be long as well. The point I'm making is, if a pilot, right, is calculating for descent and they're starting their top of descent, and the angle of descent is based off of the altitude, right, being used as the opposite of the right triangle, and the distance is the adjacent of the right triangle, and they have to end up 1,000 feet above the elevation of the airport. So you have to subtract that from the altitude, and then subtract the 1,000 feet that you want to be above the elevation of the airport, right? How are they going to do that, right? It's not flying in a car. That adjacent could be up to 200 miles long.
That's heavily agreed upon because that's my favorite argument. That's what I go with. I haven't considered though that that's in the data, as they would have to be taking off from somewhere. I'm like, yeah. So it's like, okay. In that case, it's already known that 80 miles in the front and 80 miles in the back at the minimum is going to be definitely horizontal. So what are we arguing, that somewhere in the middle we can grant Globers that their argument is horizontal is curved, therefore we have to go a step further and say prove it?
Yeah, that sounded like Brian's point. You have to concede that horizontal is curved, and it isn't.
Yeah. I like this. I'm gonna go back and relay that way. The way I just did. The way.
See, I don't understand why we can't.
Hold on, Eli's concluding. Go ahead, Eli.
No, I'm just saying because I've been going back and forth about these things, right? And so, like, this is something that, because typically I lead with the airport thing, landing and descent, and then we talked about pitch, and I said, okay, well, hold on now. And then we looked into, I used Perplexity AI to look into all of the things that go into flight telemetry. And it's interesting what's in there because it's obviously what we know, that they're using horizontal. But then there's a portion in it where they say they will consider that horizontal is actually a change, which is something that is algorithmically input before anything even happens. So how could it possibly be telemetry? No, it's begging the question, actually. So I mean, but again, these are the kinds of conversations that are beget from him challenging, like, for example, me.
How could horizontal change? Horizontal.
It doesn't, but that's what a baller would say.
That's what I was going to say.
That's what it says. That's what I've been saying to people, though. I know. What I'm saying is a baller would say that, and there are rebuttals to that. That's all I'm saying. Like, because they think, if they think that horizontal does change, I don't have a problem with addressing that versus dismissing it. I can dismiss it based on the initial part of the flight data being, well, they had to use trigonometry here and here. So, like, I could do that, but it depends, I guess.
Okay, let me give you an example, right? For anyone who's listening, let's say the plane is flying at 40,000 feet, right? Right. Now, there's four different calculations.
Sea level.
Yeah, we know that. I don't need that. I'm fully aware of that. I don't know if you're aware of that. I'm aware of that one day. Right. This is proving it one day. What I'm trying to go through now. This is the proof. Let's just say a plane is flying at 40,000 feet, and there's an airport that's at 2,000 feet above sea level. Right. My next point. So we have to remove that 2,000 feet from the 40,000 feet. We also need to, the pilot needs to come in to be 1,000 feet above the elevation of the airport. So that's 37,000 feet. So 37,000 feet. Now, one of the calculations is just to multiply that by 3. So we multiply that by 3, right? And that gives us 111, right? So that's 111 nautical miles. We multiply that by 1.1508, and that's 127 almost 128 miles, statute miles. Now, that, when used within a right-angle triangle, will give you your angle of descent. So that means for 120, almost 128 miles, the Earth has to be flat. Means sea level has to be a horizontal. And that could be equal for the takeoff, depending on the situation, obstacles, where the airport is, the altitude of the airport, different things like that, right? So how can the Earth need to be flat for 127 miles if they're flying in an arc before that? How does that work? But if you look at the data, it's in the data. Now, the data won't be perfect for all flights because they were missing an engine, so they were losing altitude. So actually, the data actually is worse than anything, because in the data, if you calculate it, there's a lot more than 127 miles of a descent distance, because they were losing altitude and they had to go for an emergency landing. So if you look at the data, the amount of, you work it out, the amount of distance that they had as their descent distance is way more than 127
have you done a video on this?
I've done a video on descent and stuff like that. Yeah.
But specifically with the data. Because I was going to say, just
not with the data, no, not with the data.
Because I was going to say, chop it up with me later, but if you had a video.
No, I haven't done it with the data, but I did look into. I could have it here handy. Let me see. This could be it, maybe. Just see. No, it's not. No, I have it here somewhere where I went through the data. I think it's like it was a longer distance because we were losing altitude. So let's see if 1 second. Let's see if I have it. Let's see if I have it. Right. Let's see. No, I don't have. I don't have it at hand. It's here somewhere, but I don't know where it is. But I worked out what it would be. But you're talking about the point is that the example I just gave there, like that's 127 miles. It depends. I could use a different calculation, and that could be 114 miles, or it could be 158 miles. Just by changing the calculation, because it will change the angle of descent. The point is, it's always a right triangle. For me to get my angle of descent, I need to use the 37,000 feet as my offset. I'll do it now, and the 127 miles, 127.7 miles as my adjacent. So I must multiply the 127.7 by 5280. Right. That means I have 674,464,864. I think that's 674. Sorry, 1,460. Feet. So I just go to the calculator, the right-angle triangle calculator, and I'll work it out now and see what the angle is. So clear. So 37,000. 1 second now. 674 plus 60. 674.60. Right. Calculate. Okay. So that'll give me a descent angle, an average descent angle of 3.14 degrees. That 3.14 degrees will only work with that horizontal distance. That horizontal distance will not fit a globe, right? Because when the top of descent is finished, right, that point, right, at the end of the right angle triangle, the opposite of the right angle part, that will be 1,000 feet above the elevation of the airport. None of this works in any way, shape, or form. And I put it out there for ballers, or all the maths geniuses, we'll wait for all of them to deal with it. None of them could deal with it because it cannot work on a globe. Any of the four main calculations used, none of it works for a globe. None of it can work for a globe, no matter what they do, because for a globe, you have to calculate and add in the drop over distance. And when you do that, things get even trickier when you try to do that. Even if you try to make it work, it doesn't work. Because when you have the calculations you have to use, cause you to have to make another calculation. And that fails, then you have to make another calculation. And that fails, then you have to make another calculation. It's a complete calculation failure loop. And that's what happens. So when someone wants to talk about now, I have other ways to destroy that rubbish about pitch data that the ballers can't deal with. But this is the fastest and easiest. Go straight to the top of the Senate. Problem solved. So, and it says literally showing in the data set.
I got a question.
Go on, Neil.
Does any horizontal distance match a globe or meet a globe?
No. How can it?
Can't.
Exactly. Because you said that horizontal distance doesn't match a globe. So no horizontal distance can match a globe. Because there are no horizontals on a globe. I really don't understand what they're crying about. I don't.
What it is that AI overlord is trying to put doubt into people's minds. And he's claiming he's not. He's claiming he's doing something good when he's not. He's not doing anything good. He's just trying to put doubt into people's minds, and it works.
Well, according to them, they're claiming that he's just holding up the task because they argue it wrongly. And I say, why are you arguing pitch data anyway? Isn't it just raw data we get from the black box on a flight? And doesn't that represent horizontal distances?
Yeah. Why aren't you telling Neil?
I didn't
You told one deck
realize
off.
that.
Tell Neil
So
off,
why
Brian.
is that? So then why is that bad to say? How is that an argument? This has been my point from the beginning. It's not even an argument. Why are they trying to make it an argument?
In the pitch data, at the start and the end of the data, you have takeoff and descent. Now, as I say, because of the engine issue, well, from what I could gather, the descent distance was actually pretty long, very long, right? Now, longer than even normal. And to do that takeoff and descent, they're using right angle triangles. There's no way around it. You can't do it any other way. So how can the takeoff need a horizontal and the descent need a horizontal, and then the landing, because the landing happens kind of at the very tail end of descent, but the descent is only to 1,000 feet above the airport. The last 1,000 feet is for the landing. Right? How can those two be straight horizontals that are, not at different orientations to each other? But in between, there's a big arc. You see how stupid going against that data is?
Yeah, very.
Yeah,
it doesn't make any sense.
But Brian's opener was to say.
Point.
So just let me reiterate Brian's opening point. His annoyance is that people are suggesting there's an argument here, and there isn't. It's just raw data. So to exemplify where there isn't a curve is to suggest almost that there's an argument. Now, Brian's overcoming that. I'm not putting that on Brian's door. He's just reiterating what is shown in the measurements. There is no argument here.
But that's what I said when he first asked me. I said, what argument? It's just raw data. Listen to the tape.
There's no difference whatsoever between the pitch data, right, the flight data, and someone some surveyor handing you the angular size measurements and distance to a mountain. No difference. That's data, measurement, and data. So is that. If a surveyor makes an angular size measurement of a mountain 60 miles away from X elevation, right, and he determines, because he knows the distance between him and the mountain, or her and the mountain, whichever, and he determines that the mountain is X high because of the elevation, once he removes the elevation of where he or she is taking the measurement from, and he determines that the remainder is this angle, so that means it's this height. Is that an argument? Or is it just a fact? Someone measured it.
No, it's just a fact.
Yeah, pitch data is exactly the same thing as that. No one's going to argue about, I think you're interpreting that angular size measurement, that distance wrong. There's only one way to interpret it. the way it is. So when the surveyor goes, here is the angle I got, here is the size, that's the distance, that was my elevation, right? Does anyone go, I think we're interpreting that wrong? It's already been interpreted by the person who measured it.
Well, I'll make one more comment about it, because I'm definitely going to re-establish these points when I get back over there. But perhaps it's someone saying, hey, this pitch data, this right here, you see this line right here is proving that the earth is flat. This is a horizontal line on a graph, and this means that at this maintained altitude, the earth is flat. And so in saying that, in a glober saying, well, okay, but you can maintain the same altitude on a sphere.
No, you
At
can't.
that point,
No, it's an impossibility.
I know you can't.
Yeah,
but
that's not true.
You can't, but it requires. I know you can't, but it requires what you just said after someone says that in order for the point to carry. If you're not there to say what you just said and all that you just said,
does it?
And someone.
Yeah, to a degree, Eli's right. He's saying if somebody presents it as though, well, this flat line can exist on a sphere, pitch up with respect to horizontal works on a sphere, well, obviously that's nonsense. But he's saying, well, if someone puts it out there to the uninitiated, they might think there's an argument. Now, there isn't. That's your problem, Neil, and you're right. It is just what it is. The data shows what is being measured as it exists. But if they're suggesting, by way of apologetics, no, this horizontal can be spherical, then Eli's saying, well, you need to actually address that. And Brian's address to it is to say, well, look, if you're using a right-angled triangle in ascent and you're using a right-angled triangle in descent, and in this particular instance, the descent's over a very long period of time, you can't then suggest that in between you've got a curve. And further to that, just to back Neil as well, there isn't one. It's measurements.
Yeah, I got you. No, I okay. I didn't hear that.
Yeah, the penny for me just dropped. I didn't realize this argument was so closely related to celestial nav argument, almost like the hypotenuse is the aircraft's flight path, and then the adjacent side is the horizontal distance to the runway. Like,
yes. Let me just reiterate. That's a good point. Because you told off one deck, but I just do want to. It's been dropped in at the end rather than in the middle of your discussion. Yeah, there's quite a few horizontal prerequisites in terms of the distance measurement also in the data that you could just go to, but I'm being told off that that's annoying because it just cuts it off at the knees. And Brian's saying, well, no, there is further explanation that could be required if somebody challenges it based on a misnomer. So you need to be able to exemplify why there isn't curve in that measured data. That's his point. I hope Brian will agree with me anyway. I've listened.
Yeah, I'm sorry you want for getting snarky with you. But when you're saying to me above sea level, this is, like, at that instance, there's no need to say that. What I'm showing there means that sea level is a horizontal plane of reference. Because where the airplane is, directly below that on that triangle is the right angle, right? Because it's descending. Right, and that means if the point where it finishes descending is 1,000 feet above the elevation of the airport, that means that the point at the other end, where the horizontal meets the vertical and creates the right angle, that those 2 points are both 1,000 feet above whatever the elevation of the airport is, for between 100 and 200 miles often. Maybe sometimes even more than 200 miles, but just as an average, between 100 and 200 miles. Now, that can't happen if mean sea level is a curve. So mean sea level is just like it's just implied. You don't even need to mention it. You can mention it afterwards because it proves it, but you don't need to. It just is what it is. Because you can't. For people to even understand that you're talking about a height above, an elevation or an altitude, that's always in relation to sea level. Whichever one.
Right. See, but the mistake is what you said, Vaxi, that it's like the celestial navigation argument. But these are not arguments. And a lot of people let people pull them into arguments when it's just facts of the matter.
Yeah, it's celestial navigation measurements.
Yes.
And aviation measurements, not arguments. The ballers want to call these things arguments. Argument.
I didn't mean to say arguments. I just couldn't, I should have said measurements, but I just didn't. Like I said, with pitch data, it's kind of one of those things where, like, I've heard you go through it and stuff, but like I said in the beginning, I don't ever use it because it's like someone that doesn't know how to use a chainsaw, they're going to just chop their hands off with it. So that's why I avoid it. But after hearing you just breaking it down, it clicked for me that it's very, very similar to what elevation angles or and all that are saying to why the Earth has to be the horizontal plane. Like, I just that never clicked till just now. So
I don't know. I don't like you comparing it in that regard. Other than them both having a triangle.
Yeah, well, see, that's all it is. Like, because you're just taking your like, just from what I was reading, the hypotenuse is the aircraft's flight path, and the adjacent side is the horizontal. Like, it's the same terminology to me. So like, it's clicking. But I just never thought of it in that sense. I just always thought of it about like where the nose is in relation to how the airplane's flying over the surface and how it stays at that same pitch.
Think of it like this, vaccine. The the measurements in flight support the measurements using celestial navigation and vice versa. Because in both disciplines, they're using right-angled triangles. Now, they're not calculating using trigonometry for the right-angled triangles in celestial navigation, but they're still using them. How can aircraft prove that the Earth is, has a horizontal plane running through its, called mean sea level, running through it, but then celestial navigation be measuring the globe? Do you know what I mean? It's nonsense. Any use of right-angled triangles, no matter what way you calculate afterwards, after the measurement, any use of them proves without a doubt that the Earth is a horizontal plane.
Absolutely.
Reference.
Yeah, I've gotten literally zero pushback when I talk about flight ascension and descension. Zero. Not even from Matthew Learns. No, my bad. Not zero. One time, and it wasn't from Matthew Learns.
Yeah, because he knows better. He knows the calculations. They know this. I guarantee you, most of them ballers over on Discord, they know it. They've been over to me. Most of them, they can't argue it. There's no argument about it. And the same when I used the attitude indicator to show what they were claiming concerning. See what they're not understanding. They're begging the question 4 different times and presuming 5 different things for what they're talking about happening. That's me referencing the other ways I have of destroying their claim that straight horizontal line is a curve, right? Without using ascent and descent. But ascent and descent is easiest, right? Because it shows you're doing a calculation for someone. It doesn't take as long. But the other way I have, they just nothing about it. They just shut up. Nothing. They just calling me names. That's what they had. Nothing. Because they know this. But they're quite happy to be over on Discord trying to get flat earthers to try and argue about how it can't be a curve. Of course it can't be a curve. How would you have pitch on a globe? How does pitch happen on a globe? How could you have pitch? You require a consistent orientation of horizontal. How can 2 different horizontals be at 2 different orientations to each other? And how do you determine what those orientations are? Nathan, what would you need to determine what those orientations are?
Flat plane?
No. Horizontal.
Yeah, horizontal.
So that's three. You need 3 horizontals. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. 3 different. Like, the point is that two lines at different orientations to each other can't be the same orientation. That's what they're trying to claim. Whether it's 2 or a million, doesn't matter. For them it can be ridiculous because It's not going to be. They don't understand. It's points on the surface of the sphere, right? They think you're talking about tangent planes. No, you're talking about a series of points with tangent planes attached to them mathematically.
Oh, that's not going to work.
None of it is going to work. They don't know what they're talking about. None of them. Planes don't fly curves. Even if you're with a globe, planes fly in straight lines. No matter what way you work it, planes would have to fly a distance, then change their orientation down the way, fly another distance, change their orientation down the way, fly another distance, and it would show, if it was doing that, it would be in the data.
And the raw data doesn't show that. Okay, so that's the end of the story. I don't understand the resistance against pitch data as a proof of flat Earth.
Well, even me saying it would be in the data, it wouldn't be, because the data wouldn't exist. Like, there'd be no... The point is that the idea of a plane doing what I've just described, it can't do it. Lift makes it impossible. Nothing. It's not possible. I've dealt with all these guys. They're all liars. All of them. Push come to shove. Put them all in the box, and all they got is names calling. But then they go straight over to Discord to people who don't know as much. But if somebody, let me just say this. If there's people on Discord presenting the pitch data, right, and if they call it an argument, that's wrong, right? But if they're presenting the pitch data to some baller, and some baller wants to argue that that's a curved line, and, like, where is the curve, right? If the flat earthers don't know how to deal with that, then that's because they're too lazy to learn about it. I never would bring up pitch data to a baller for what enabled to argue the point. The same way as I wouldn't try to start talking about surveying or navigation or anything else. I don't bring up anything I'm not able to argue the point of. So flat earthers need to learn some stuff. And then you won't be getting embarrassed on Discord. And then you won't have people like AI Overlord being able to further embarrass you.
Now, did you and AI ever argue about this before? Like, because I know he's always, ever since you mentioned it, the pitch data, he's always had an issue with it. Did you guys ever discuss, like?
Yeah, I've had.
He's always had an issue with Brian.
Yes, he did.
Well, right, exactly. It's not the argument. It's not the. Again, I don't mean to say it's an argument, but it's the person who is popularizing it is the issue, not the pitch data itself. Because I have heard him specifically say, like, if you talk about pitch data, you're talking about the wrong thing. You're supposed to be talking about the attitude data. But pitch data is just a small chunk of all the attitude data, right?
That is the pitch data.
Yep.
The pitch data, attitude indicator data is the pitch data.
Right. That's why I was like, so I don't really get what his gripe is.
I don't either, because when I spoke with him about it one Friday, I remember on one Friday when we had joined politics server, and he brought it up, and I went through a bit with him about the attitude indicator, and he conceded. And the same thing happened with QE. He brought it up. QE did something similar with him. He conceded, and I think maybe someone else. But then in the background, he's going around telling people that I don't know what he's going around telling people, but people are getting shy of presenting pitch data because they're having doubt put into their mind.
That's very suspicious. I'm sorry.
I would say do a video on exactly what you've explained today. But in the event that you don't do that, I'm going to carry it regardless.
Yeah, I might do that because I was going to make a video of that. Basically, that video means that I actually was going to make that. That's why I was looking for the thing on my computer. Months ago, I was going to make it because I heard people having. I heard about this thing with the pitch data that that ballers were saying it's a curved line and flat earthers weren't able to deal with it and all this other stuff. See, but there's more in that flight data than just the pitch data. The acceleration data as well. When you understand like what you'd have to be doing to go around the sphere, like that would have to show in the acceleration data as well. There's a load of things in there. It's not just, and the altitude. It's not just the pitch data, but the pitch data is obviously the easiest one to go to.
How did you come after me today?
Because I heard you over there, and you were just kind of, yeah, okay, whatever. It's like, okay.
I
What the hell
said,
is he on
yeah,
about?
okay. I said, yeah, okay. Send me what he's got. I will listen to it. So it's not yeah, okay. That's bullshit.
It is. Because what is it that he's going to send you?
I don't care. But I'm not going to be ignorant. I said, okay, go ahead, send it to me. Because they did the same thing to Jen earlier.
I just wouldn't give a damn what it is that they're supposed to be
I
presenting.
would love to
don't
have
care
it
about it.
because then I got him.
Yeah, transparency is always best.
Give me what you got so I see what you're talking about so I can laugh in your face. That's some freaking nerve questioning me.
No, we don't. Why are you even entertaining it?
Brian, if you think I'm entertaining that, you need to go listen to that again. You need to go listen to that again.
Yeah,
There was no
he came
entertaining of
into the
anything.
room. He came into the room to talk about the situation, and that's what came up.
See, that's what Brian's more mad about, but he won't fucking admit it.
More mad about what?
Well, I'm going to start looking into it a lot more now and actually give it the attention it deserves. And this is like my issue. Like it's my the thing is the pitch data, like that whole topic, the well's kind of been poisoned on it because there's so many people in 24/7 who said it's a BS thing to talk about. And then and that kind of like it poisoned the well against me a little bit because I'm like, well, if so many people have an issue with it, I'm going to put my tiny little brain power on something else.
Hold on.
Well, why? Well,
I think.
Yeah,
Let me finish.
exactly. See, so now he's gonna not only subtract me from promoting him being brave to talk about it, he's also gonna act like you didn't do it either.
Now, here's the thing that's getting me mad, because as soon as they said the pitch data argument, I said it's not an argument, it's just raw data. And I will go and get it. What argument? But if you got something you think that you think's got leverage, then send it to me. Oh, I'm a bad guy for saying that. Really?
And I got to try to eliminate that word argument when it comes to celestial nav elevation angles and pitch data. It's just one of those things I got to clean up myself.
I'm speaking specifically about what they said to me there on 24/7. I said it's not an argument, it's raw data. What are you talking about?
Yeah, they have a huge. I mean, there's been times over the past year where I popped in randomly and there'd be 4 or 5 people shitting on pitch data. Eli, do you have to wear a back brace and use Icy Hot for carrying all their water? Like, could you chill?
Yeah, because every time you say that, I'm like, bro, then how come didn't you listen to when I was arguing for it in any scenario that you've been there? Like, how comes you only remember negative stuff? I mean,
because your mumble's the clown, and half the time when you talk, I don't understand what the fuck you're saying anyway.
Does everyone else feel like that? Is that a good excuse? Does everyone else feel like that when I go over information? Or is that just a piss poor response?
Feel like what? I didn't. Are you asking Vaxi, or are you asking everyone? Sorry.
I'm asking y'all. Because he says, well, most of the time I don't understand what you're saying. I'm like, oh, really? Does everyone else feel that way? Or is he just full of shit?
Well, I wouldn't say that.
I'm being facetious.
Okay, so then that means you were facetious instead of actually addressing what I said. That's all you do.
No, Eli, listen, all I merely said was there's been plenty of times And you could have been in there or not. I don't know. But there's been plenty and plenty of times where I popped into 24/7 and people are shitting on pitch data. It's just a fact. And then as soon as I said that, you had to start groaning. So I asked you if you have to wear a back
No,
brace for carrying all their
what I
water.
groaned about is that I said, okay, you've used that to say it's kind of put a damper on bringing it up. And I said, well, what about me putting in the legwork to make people confident to talk about it then? That's the
No, it
question.
just put a damper on me really giving it the attention it deserves. That's anecdotal
All right,
towards
before
me.
you two start having a cat fight, then what's the excuse for last night when I went in there asking why they gave Jin such a hard time? What was that all about? Right?
Well,
I
did
didn't
Jin
know.
do a
I
good
didn't know
job with
what.
it or
I
not?
didn't know. I didn't know what happened with Jin last night. So when AI was coming after Jin, I was. If you listen to the stream, I was detecting something was happening, and even though I'm going back and forth because ultimately I'm trying to stay on the side of accuracy and truth. Um, I had to go, yo, AI, yo, relax on Jin. Like, what's the real problem? What's the. So again, I'm doing that. I'm doing what people are saying is not being done. I'm tired of hearing it.
But Eli,
Oh, I wasn't there when
you're
you
not
did it. Y'all were both there.
Yeah,
The
but you're
hell?
not facing. See, here's my thing. I don't care what AI says. That's why I want him to send it to me. So I can deal with Brian. Because the only fact of the matter is he's got an issue with the guy who presented it. Brian is known for the pitch data, and he's always trying to shit on it. And he does. He confuses a lot of flat earthers. They don't know how to respond, and he makes them shy of freaking bringing it up. And he even tried it with Jin.
And in the moments that's what I'm saying. Because when I hear that, I then go across the street and I do something about it. So it's like I hear all this crying, but I don't. But somehow, even though I always address the situation, there's no. Well, I'm glad Eli was there to actually speak up on that. Like that never follows, even though I always follow. So just like every other time, today I'm gonna go. Well, hey, um, when people bring up pitch data and you give a scenario in which a brawler could say this or that or whatever, I'm just going to remind you the argument no one's ever actually had a problem, not an argument. See, look, now I'm getting Jedi mind trick. That I've reminded people that they use trigonometry for flight ascension and descension. And that's in the telemetry data. So that's it. That's something I'm going to
Okay, so
tell.
now, here's the
But
thing.
but
I
but
had
2 weeks
sent, if
from
you were
now,
going at it,
but 2 weeks from now, I will be omitted from that while somebody's crying about 24/7 again.
hold on a second. Forget about that. Wait, don't answer Vaxi. See, when this whole situation was going on with Vaxi and you, I asked AI to send me over what you were requesting, the the evidence of what went on in 24/7. AI sent that to me immediately. I just asked him for his supposed rebuttal or problem with the pitch data, and I can't get nothing from him. Stone silence.
All right. Well, I'm going to be transparent and say, listen, this is the haps. People want in written form what your issue would be when people present pitch data. In your opinion, whenever that's been unjustified, just go ahead and put it in a statement because FED wants to scrutinize it. Go over it, at least have it.
Yeah, or send me the whole incident with Jim, so I could listen myself and try to find out what his issues are. And I'm telling you what they are. We know what they are. It's the Brian issue, not even the pitch data issue.
The issue is that besides of who's doing it, flat earthers, whether it be bowlers or other claimed flat earthers start doubting themselves and start doubting things. They're being gaslit. Oh, I don't know about that argument. Oh, horizontal might be a curved line. No, better stay away from that one. But if that's the case, you need to stay away from all of it. Do you know what I mean? You know why you're laughing, Neil, don't you? You know what I mean? You may as well stay, well, you can't bring up surveying then, or celestial navigation, or laser tests, or whatever the bloody hell else anyone wants to bring up. It's over. If you accept that straight line in that data might be a curve, then it's time to just hang up the flat earth hat, take off our flat earth coat, and get back on that globe.
Yeah, it's all
Absolutely.
over.
I'm just writing this
It's all
down.
over.
Hold on. I just need to get some semblance of understanding to this. Just want to write this down. So you're saying horizontal isn't curved?
Yeah.
Well, I was trying to get that. Never mind. Let me not tell you what I'm trying to get. Let me just find it. In the meantime, I did post something in the Master B if you guys want to look over that. It is my question of Axlax.
I hate to do it, but does this work okay?
Wait.
Just testing a microphone. Does this work? Sound okay?
Outstanding.
Sounds nice.
Like
good?
butter.
Jolly good.
Actually sounds very good.
Eli, did you say you had a question for me, or you asked me?
Brian and Neil, you're welcome to see the question that Vaxwax up until this point has refused to answer.
Just ask
What
it again,
question?
Eli.
What? Okay, fine. One second, and I have to go back into Teams and find. Let me turn my TV off too. Apologies.
Turn your TV off, put your woman down, go back to Teams.
Okay. Now, I wasn't successful. There we go. Okay. Vaxwax said, "Oh, all stars go east to west." Oh my God, where's the rest of this? No, wait a minute. Hold on.
You're saying you haven't bought receipts, Eli?
No, it's here. I got a whole bunch of screenshots. It's here. Some don't worry. Let me find it. This is cut off for some reason.
Nobody laughed. I thought at least Vaxwax would laugh. Obviously not.
No, I actually did. I just was muted.
I believe it's this.
But in all fairness, Vaxwax, right? We will have a very short 30 to 60 second interlude and then he will actually provide the receipts. No offence to you, man, but we did mess around for a significant amount of time last time you did this, let's be honest.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's slightly cut off, but basically Vaxwax says to DJ, "Oh, all stars go east to west around Polaris, by the way, including Schmegma Octantis. There is only one pole," and I'm not sure what he said after that. So I then said, which AI has asked him quite a few times, but I restated it. Vaxwax stated that all the stars go east to west around Polaris. As a response, AI Overlord provided an image of star trails. According to Vaxwax's statement above, this image would have to be an image, it's actually below. This image would have to be an image of star rotation around Polaris, but that would be a lie. How do you parse that out, Vaxwax? And then you look at the star rotation that someone has time lapsed in the south.
Oh, we're back on that one.
Yeah.
The one you never answered. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, no, I have a billion times. All I've ever said was an apparent rotation in the south does not equate to a separate celestial pole. And then I've gone on to say my
It's like
personal
completely
opinion,
non
something I
sequitur.
can never, something I can not prove. It's just my own personal opinion is that there is one celestial pole. Could there be two? Could there be eight? Could there be three? Whatever. It doesn't really. But you went and gaslit everyone into calling me a liar to the point where you even insinuate that I'm secretly a glober posing as a flat earther to cause discord because I said 24/7 claims there are two celestial poles. And right now you are literally trying to claim two celestial poles without doing it by
Oh,
trying to
don't
go
do that.
against my claim of one
Oh,
celestial
you're going
pole.
to really piss
So,
Eli off in a hurry. I can just
I
feel it
didn't.
coming.
No, he's not. I'm patient. It's the morning. I'm rolling up.
Fair
I'm
enough.
good. I'm gonna let him finish because go ahead and finish. Go ahead.
no, I did. My personal opinion, there's one celestial pole. All stars go east to west around that center point that is Polaris that we derive our latitude from. You guys have a difference of opinion and think there's two. Perfectly fine. But the thing is, you went and like gaslit everybody listening to me being a liar, saying that 24/7 has never claimed two celestial poles, when that was the whole thing we've been fighting about for weeks. And I made the claim that you guys say two celestial poles. I say one. So I don't understand, like, what was I lying about in the first place, Eli? You are right now claiming there are two celestial poles.
Okay,
All
let's
right,
just
now,
establish that you are
what I
actually
did
finished,
say,
Waxy, so we're
what I,
not talking over each other. Are you actually done? That is
I'm
to
all
say you...
done. Yeah, I'll
Okay,
go on mute.
good. Go ahead, Eli.
so what I did say is no one said that there were two celestial points. There isn't a point in the south like there is Polaris, but there does appear that stars rotate around that. So again, you're saying that all the stars rotate around the North Pole, even Sigma Octantis. Now, you keep bringing up Sigma Octantis. Those words never left my lips unless and it was addressed to what you said about what we've been saying, which we have never said that. But that's been my position this entire time. Now, what's more important is the fact that you didn't answer the question, which was, how do you parse that out? Because your response was, all I know is there's one pole and all the stars rotate around that. So when you look at this photo would have to be an image of the stars rotating around Polaris because that's your claim. So that would be a lie. How do you parse that out, Vaxwax?
No, it's not a lie because if I go to Australia and it's dark and it's nighttime and I take a time lapse, I'm not going to be able to do the same thing at the same time in South America and South Africa simultaneously, and New Zealand for that matter. And then I also mentioned, again, this may be a little weak, but it's something I'm, thinking about. If I was to go to Hawaii, I can turn to my north, look up at the sky, and see Polaris. Simultaneously, I can see the Southern Cross if I'm on the beach, looking south. And as the Southern Cross moves throughout the night from Hawaii, it's going east to west. And the main issue I have with this whole thing, and like, this is literally it. I don't understand why it's so complicated. Is if you have multiple people on the same circle of equal elevation, which is the same latitude, and it's nighttime simultaneously for all these people thousands of miles apart, all pointing north, how on earth can everybody then simultaneously point in the same direction south? South is not the same as north. It doesn't have the same properties as north. North is a fixed position based off a star in the sky. Circles of equal elevation around Polaris are your latitudes, which are circles of equal elevation. So how can south be the exact same for everybody, just like the north? It's not.
Okay, so that was my second attempt to get him to actually answer the question. Nathan, do you feel like he actually addressed what I asked him?
How did I not address it?
Eli's
Because,
inferring that your
first of
suggestion
all,
leaves you in a
I
position where you
asked-
have to have all the stars moving around Polaris.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's just my personal opinion. Thing is, I could absolutely be wrong about that.
asked
That's
Nathan a
fine.
question.
Hold on,
I
Eli.
didn't ask,
You asked him, Eli. Go ahead.
No, I didn't ask him. I didn't ask him. I did not ask him. I asked you if he responded to the question because he hasn't for the second time. So I know he's not going to admit that he didn't answer the question.
Fine,
That's why
I
I'm
don't think he
asking
did
you.
answer the question, Vax. Sorry. Do you want it repeating from Eli, not me?
Yeah, let me try one more time. I'll try.
Do you want
my
the question
hardest
before you do?
to
Let's
answer
just get
your
the question, then the answer.
Yes.
Go ahead, Eli.
All right, I'm just going to read the whole thing again. You stated that all the stars go east to west around Polaris. As a response, AI Overlord provided an image of star trails. According to VaxWack's statement above, the image would have to be an image of star rotation around Polaris, but that would be a lie. How do you parse that out, VaxWax?
Well, wait a second. How do you know it's a lie?
See what I'm saying?
And first off, why does that make me a liar? I don't understand.
Facts. He clarified with an image. Now, I wasn't there, but I'm not seeing the image that Eli's presenting, but I can only assume you know what image is presenting, and I can imagine what image it is.
Yeah, it's just the apparent rotation in the southern latitudes.
But that's in defiance of your statement, then, isn't it? That's in literally in complete defiance of your position that around Polaris is what you've added to QE's sentiment, which is correct. East to west is correct. Around Polaris, then you're going to get people criticising and showing you that that's not the case.
Can I?
Just let Vax deal with this first, Brian. Hold on. Everyone else, just Vax, please. Thank you.
Yeah, no. That whole entire apparent rotation is still moving east to west around Polaris as well.
Nobody's denying that.
Yeah, so the entire parent rotation in the south is still moving east to west.
Whoa. Hold on. You said nobody's denying that. I'm asking him to support that. With what observation, at the very least?
The Southern Cross from Hawaii, where you can see the Southern Cross go east to west across the sky while Polaris is stationary.
Okay, is seeing stars go east to west a circle? A complete circle?
I imagine if you play it out and let it continue, it would eventually have to make one.
No.
So exactly.
He's asking you to substantiate it. It's the bit about going around, specifically around, meaning circular, and Polaris, specifically east to west, no issue. Nobody piped up. I assume nobody's going to do when I stop now. But there's a very specific nuance that you've been critiqued on, Vaxi. Now, at this point, I'd just say, I was wrong if I'd have said it, but you're not.
No, I mean, I've said I could be wrong.
Well, you are wrong.
But the whole, like I said, my hang up is it's never like you're not going to go into separate locations on the same latitude. Like if you're on 34 degrees south latitude, there's never going to be any points where it's going to be nighttime simultaneously for people on that same latitude from vast distances away. And like I said, it all just boils down to the fact that north is the same for everybody, south is different.
What's that got to do with the 24-hour time lapse of the stars in the south? Nothing. The thing that your statement denies, which is why I'm asking you to parse it out, but you're not doing that. But I if Nathan understands, his most humble retard, then I'm good with that. I don't have to argue with you. I know my point.
No need.
The most humble retard. Thank you, Eli.
No need. I've told him off.
If I could present...
No.
Everyone else stop.
We've
covered it. We've covered it. Right, we haven't got a complete concession from Vaxi. We've got what we're going to get. Brian, go ahead.
No, wait. I'm the humble retard. I don't know if y'all...
Oh, I didn't pick up on that.
Oh,
right.
It's back to what you were referring. You're saying, you cross. I now remember why you've spoken about what QE said to you specifically in the pre-show. That's what you're referring to, isn't it?
Wait, what QE said to who?
To Eli. He's talking in the third person about himself based on a conversation he had with QE. That's what he's referring to. You may not have been here in the pre-show when he specifically and explicitly detailed that. I just forgot.
QE called him a retard.
Thanks for reiterating it. It was okay for Eli to do it about himself, but that's wonderful. Can we move on?
Yeah.
He wasn't answering, so I
Well,
figured I'd help him out.
Brian's in the wings. Now, if Eli's content to give the mic to Brian, then I want Brian to go next. He's waiting.
I'll leave it up to Eli.
No, I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay. From dictionary, I think it's Oxford Dictionary on Google. Celestial pole. The point on the celestial sphere directly above either of the Earth's geographic poles. Poles, period. Around which the stars and planets appear to rotate during the course of the night. Do we have 2 geographic poles on the Earth?
Negative.
Right.
No.
Is the sky a sphere?
No.
Negative.
No.
No. So how many celestial poles is there?
1.
2, apparently.
None. Because the claim of a celestial pole, right, comes from the claim of a geographic pole. So
It's based
when
on
you
an axis for the globe is what it's describing. The axial rotation of the globe is what develops the poles. That's what Brian's pointing out.
So there is no, technically, there isn't, just because there's a pole star doesn't make that a celestial pole. Same way.
So that further legitimizes what I'm saying. I never cared about a geographic pole. I'm just describing what I see. And based on what Vaxwax is saying, I know that's incorrect because of what I see. It's not an argument. It's him saying something that I know he's never actually observed. And then I have a contradictory observation. That's it.
Okay, and you've got the closest thing. Hold on, Neil. The closest to a concession you got out of Vaxi was he could be wrong, and me saying you are, but I think we've exhausted this.
I just want to know if he's seen it, or you're talking about a video.
We're talking about photographs. There's plenty of evidence from the equator that could substantiate this, where you can see Polaris on the horizon, for example, and then you can look at the stars that are moving in the same direction, but are definitely not moving around Polaris.
Of course not.
Yeah, I guess.
Right, well, that would have been the image that AI presented to you, right?
No, the image
he
AI
just
sent to me
refused
was
to
just
respond.
it was.
I already posted it.
As,
I already posted it. We know
Where?
what I'm talking about.
Where?
It's in. I told y'all it's in Master B, and I told y'all to look at it.
Yeah, all I'm getting
Yeah.
is a word that says image, Eli. I'm not getting anything. I got 3 words that say image, 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 but no picture.
You're using an Apple.
Well, the image is simple. Like just do a time lapse of Polaris, and you get the star trails with the circles. His image is the exact same thing, but just south in Australia, facing south. That's all it is. Just the apparent rotation in the south.
Sure.
Well, north, south, east, and west are directions over plane of reference that we live upon.
Yes.
You can't relate them to a celestial situation that we have no knowledge of. Other than observing it, we have no knowledge of it. So how can you say something is going east or west or something is not, if you know what I mean? Like we're trying to, once again, place geometric restrictions onto something that is just not geometric. We don't know what it is. You know, this is all globe stuff. This is the globe that they had to make the celestial bodies made of stone and soil and, you know, moon rocks.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So when you remove all that, you realize there's no way, you can't make any claim about them. If you know what I mean. They don't make any sense geometrically.
Yeah, so what can you lean into? Well, we do have an absolute direction, that's north, used with Polaris, the pole star. That's an absolute direction that you can rely upon. But that's about it.
Right.
Yes. Sorry.
Any more in this regard? Because I'm going to round out if not.
Well, no, just the only thing I just want to get off, and then we don't ever have to talk about this ever again. It's just the fact that like Brian just went through with everybody the definitions of the celestial poles, and everybody just agreed there's only one. But I mean, and I've sent Eli the video. I think I've sent it to Brian. I've sent it to Neil, where I'm being lectured on how there are two.
What Brian said
and
is
that's my
actually there
issue.
are
That's
none.
it.
What Brian said is there are actually none. So our response is to you
Okay,
saying,
he said
wait a
there's
minute,
none.
you're saying that there's one celestial pole. You said that all the stars
No,
rotate
you guys
around.
said that.
No, you said there's
I
one
disagreed with
pole that all the stars. You literally said it in this text that I sent in the master beat. I screenshot you saying, "Stop lying."
No, my position's always been there's one celestial pole and everything goes around
Stop
it east to west.
lying. I just said that you said that, and you said that I said that.
That there's one.
The-
No. You guys said there's
you
two
said that.
celestial poles. I've only
And I
ever said
that
there's one.
you've been saying that there's always one when Brian said there's
Yes.
none. That's what I just said. Like me.
Yes, yeah, there's one celestial pole. That's my opinion.
Brian
Apparently I
said there's none. That's my response. When you
okay,
say, see, you
fine.
guys
So I
actually,
didn't
Brian's
take that when
telling you
Brian
there's
broke
none.
that all down. I was under the impression that he was saying there's uno, O-N-E, one.
No, none.
With pairs
No,
of
he said there's
Brian.
none. N-O-N-E.
Tell him
None.
again, Brian.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's no celestial pole. Okay.
Based off of
You see how he could get the you see how he can get the information
Eli, calm
No
down.
swearing.
in literally 5 minutes? Why would you trust anything
I
that
misheard.
he says over the duration?
I misheard the word one
beyond
versus the
24
word
hours?
none. My bad.
Okay, well, Brian's going to get the last word to give clarity again, and then I'm going to round out.
Yeah. The claim of celestial poles, as per the definition I read out, are all based off of the pre-assumption that we have a north and a south geographic pole that exist on the globe. The celestial poles are the axis of the celestial sphere that wraps around the globe Earth. There is no globe Earth. The sky is not a sphere. So technically, there was no such thing as a celestial pole. There was a pole star, but that doesn't mean we have celestial poles, because either end of those poles are either end of the axis of a sphere that doesn't exist.
Perfect.
There's no point in arguing about how many we have. Sorry,
No, perfect. That was perfect. Very concise. With that, though, I am going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's extended after show possible. Of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.